rat.
Well, Phil
You
decided
look like you were sleeping.
Yeah, so you decided to join us. Thanks, nice of you there, Phil.
Phyllis, we love your hair.
Oh,
we love your hair.
Ah, good one. Good misdirection, Yami. Glad I called you earlier to talk to you about it. How's everybody doing?
Nice to see you again, Ike and Sharon.
I haven't done my hair yet. That's why I don't have the camera on.
Oh.
Get with it, Phil.
I know. I got to get some Brill cream out, and get, yeah. I know. I got to get some Brill cream out, and get, yeah. That's a heck of an echo. Mark must be messing with the. Brill cream out, and get, yeah.
Wow, it's still going. Somebody's got YouTube on.
That was really echoing for some reason. Mark must have had YouTube on.
You look really intense this morning, Levi.
Yummy, your hair looks like it grew overnight.
Everybody check out my hair now. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Good job.
like Levi's beard.
How about my hair? Looking good, man.
Like
I'm amazed at Levi's beard. It just went boom.
There's Oakley's hair. Say hi, Oakley.
Oakley. Hi. You're so cute.
Rain did his hair this morning.
He's so cute. He's so cute.
Speaking of rain, we got the Kentucky Derby today, and it's raining again. It always rains. I don't know who thought this would be a good month to have races, but it's always rains. One year it snowed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did they still have it, Phyllis?
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, they have it rain, sleet, snow, whatever. And I was babysitting somebody's child while they went to the race, and it was snow. There was snow all over the ground. It was
54 out there right now.
We got 54 in Virginia, Ike says.
Well, it's 70 here, but it's raining.
Yeah, it's raining here.
Is it raining?
Mm-hmm.
We needed the rain. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, it hasn't rained in a while.
A couple weeks.
Maybe more than that. I don't know. It's been a long time. So people are talking. I hear them in the grocery store talking about their gardens, and the rain is what they're talking about.
Well, did anybody get to watch Mark's program last night? That was really, really deep. It was really good.
And there's about 43 people or maybe more.
More. Lou said the last time he looked, it was like 47.
Yeah.
It's growing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Yah loves his name. That's why. Yahuwah. People are waking up.
A big old stone, probably about 4 foot wide, 4 foot long, 3 foot wide, and about 8 inches thick, and it's flat, and it's all natural. I'm going to grab it and put it out here on the corner of our property and put Yahuwah's name on it.
Wow.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and so anybody who enters will ask, well, what is that
Peggy.
on that stone?
Hey, Peggy's here. Good to see you, girl. How you feeling today, honey?
And we got 6, 7, 8 on here already.
Mm-hmm. Not this.
Yeah. Mute it.
1, 2, 3, 6.
We on 12?
12? What?
Luke 12?
Oh,
13.
Yeah.
I forgot we were studying scripture.
Yeah, sorry.
You had to bring us back to reality, didn't you?
No, I just was checking. I was getting my BYND out, so I just want to make sure.
Hi, Peggy. I'm Sharon. I just wanted to say hi. Shalom. And this is my husband, Ike.
Yeah.
And Phil's over in the corner there with his hairdo.
And Levi's over there, but he's not talking to anybody.
Okay, that's all right.
Good morning, everyone.
I want you to know, Levi, it was Phyllis picking on you, not me.
Right?
I had somebody, I was in the at the Y, and I had this one woman I was talking to about Yahuwah, and she said, "You better watch out, Sharon. You might be in a cult." I was like, "Oh, she." So I just left it because I was like kind of shocked. She just like said that, and I'm really. Mm-hmm.
Lou and I get that a lot. That's the nicest thing people call us.
I just couldn't believe it. I'm saying, are we talking about, I said, are we talking about the same father? And, she just, well, you just got to watch out. There's a lot of that out there now. I'm like, Ike and I went into the grocery store one day looking for some water. I was going to try drinking spring water because I think something happened to our water when the neighbor moved in. I don't know what it is, but it just makes us very, very tired ever since they started building. So anyway, there's this young man in their shop cart thing. He has a phone and he's shopping for somebody else. And I turned around and I said something. "Oh, are you going to get living water too?" And we just started talking. And I said, "Oh, by the way, our father's name is Yahuwah and the son is Yahusha, and they're one and the same." And he just like, "What? What are they again?" And he asked, "What are they? What are the, how to say it again?" So I said it again, and I was standing there like surprised.
And he kept saying it.
Yeah.
I just thought it was cool.
Well, what's your temperature down there? Looks like sunlight coming through that back window.
It's 67, cloudy and rainy.
Oh. So you and Phyllis are on the same latitude or longitude there?
We must be, but he's higher up in the mountain.
She's north of us.
She's north
of us.
I think we're on the 36th parallel. And when my daughter gets in Minnesota, 3 days later, we'll get it. It's the jet stream comes down. Yeah, we get what she has in Minnesota, in Duluth. Yeah.
Have you ever been to a place where you can watch the ships and barges come in and out of port? And we went up to Duluth one time to visit her daughter, and I went to the harbor, and it was just so cool to watch them come in and harbor and go out. I've never seen that before.
They're filling up with iron ore, so you'll see them even go down as they get filled up, and then the other thing is, I said, "Oh, you mean to tell me?" I said, "Well, who comes and gets this?" And she was saying, "Well, other countries." I said, "You mean Russia comes in here?" "Oh yeah, Mom, they're fine. They're fine." You know, I'm like, okay.
Yes. It's kind of cool. They have a railway system that goes right to the ships, and it dumps it right on the boat, and the train pulls out, and another one comes in. It's kind of cool.
Phil must be back there making his wife's coffee.
Hi, Kate.
Oh, hi, Kate.
Hi, all. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Kate, that is a really sweet thing you did. I'm really excited about it.
Oh, I'm glad. I did a couple of things. I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Well, the head covering.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought you would like it. I hope it's nice.
It's beautiful. It is. I can't wait to get here.
Perfect. I got an email and they said they sent it, but they had my address, and I thought, oh, I won't get it, and I'll have to mail it to her.
Well, you'll see me wearing it when I get it. Yeah,
awesome.
I saw they had your address there. I was wondering about that.
Well, if it comes here, I'll mail it there.
Thank you.
I'm glad. I hope you like it. Yes.
She has ordered me a head covering with the tetragrammaton on it.
Oh.
Peggy, your hair looks really pretty.
It's white. I'm waiting to go to the dentist. I have to.
Oh. Oh, hey, Mom. Look at you back there.
Mom's got a cold today, so she's staying farther away and wearing the mask.
Day away. Whenever we go shopping, I get to sit in the car and send Lou off to get stuff.
Is it because other people have maybe something you might catch or something?
Yeah, I have no immunity at all. My immune system's gone. So that's the first thing chemo, destroys is your immune system.
Phil's voice got a little higher. Did y'all notice? The bird. Yes, I hear you. Yes, it was wonderful last night. Wonderful message. I stayed all the way up, didn't fall asleep. Usually, sometimes I'll fall asleep toward the end, but didn't fall asleep at all.
I didn't quite make it all the way, but
it was good.
I think Lou made it all the way, but I didn't.
Oh, he's got his shirt on. Yahuwah shirt on.
I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you
Good
doing?
morning.
Shabbat Shalom, Josh.
Shabbat Shalom, Joshua.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, how does she do that when she's in?
On her phone.
Welcome
okay.
our new moderator, Miss Kate Connell, y'all. She got a wrench.
I got a wrench. How did I manage to get a wrench?
You're our new moderator.
Why did they choose a wrench? What's a wrench mean?
You
Fix
work.
things.
You work for Yahuwah.
Oh,
It's a
that's
tool.
neat.
Oh, a tool. Okay.
Do we have a full house?
We
Yes,
have a royal flush.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a full house, baby. Thank you, honey. I love you, baby. Thank you.
Oh, well, I guess it's about time to get started. We are in Luke 13. Luke 13.
Excuse me.
Luke 13 is pretty dramatic. A lot going on. We'll try to hit 14 as well today. How about a reader?
Chapter 13. And some were present at the time, reporting to him about the Galileans, whose blood Pilate had mixed with their offerings.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
Still trying to catch up with y'all. Okay, I combed my hair and I'm ready to go. And some were present at the time, reporting to him about the Galileans, whose blood Pilate had mixed with their offerings. So we all know that Yahusha came during the old priesthood, where the temple was still erect and they were still doing animal blood offerings. Hi, Peggy. How are you doing? Looking
I'm
good
good.
there. Yeah, you're looking good.
Thank you. So are you?
Well, hanging in there best I can. So Pilate had mixed the Galileans' blood with their animal offerings, as they were bleeding out innocent animals. What's that mean? What's going on here? Do we find this scenario anywhere else in Scripture? Anybody?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? They were mixing their blood with the blood of animals.
Yeah. So the people who were there at the present time were around Yahusha, and they went up and reported to Yahusha that up in he was a Galilean himself, and so were 9 out of the 10. Most of the apostles, well, maybe 11 of them were. I think one of them, the portrayer wasn't. The rest of them, I think, were from Galilee. And so they were up there doing animal sacrifices, and possibly that was in Jerusalem. It could have been, but the Galileans, whose blood Pilate had mixed with their own offering, so I think it was up around Galilee somewhere they were doing that. It would have been some type of animal sacrifice on an outdoor altar up there, just to worship Yahuwah, not to try to remove sins. It's like Cain and Abel. So Abel sacrificed one of his animals, right, as worshiping to worship Yahuwah. It wasn't to cover up any sins. See what I'm saying? It was just a form of worship. So they were up there worshiping, and they had offered an animal, and Pilate killed them. His soldiers, whatever, captured them, killed them, and mixed their blood with the animal blood.
So as to, denigrate or, do solely their type of worship, right?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It's probably degrading them or disrespecting them or dishonoring them or whatever you want to call it. Some kind of act of brutality.
Human sacrifice, which is a no-no.
Yeah, it could have even been like, okay, so you're going to kill little animals? Watch this. I'm going to kill you and sacrifice your blood type thing. It could have been some kind of a mean, something mean behind that, some kind of point he was making. It really doesn't say. But anyway, they reported this to Yahusha. And so they had mixed human blood with the animal blood as they caught them sacrificing an animal to Yahuwah. Pretty nasty situation there, right? I can't find this anywhere in Scripture. I don't know if any of you did or can, but I looked and looked and looked, and I could not find this scenario anywhere else except for right here. And so it's not in anything else that I know of. It's just mentioned here, as far as I know. I can't find it anywhere else. And so go ahead and let's read the next one, and we'll find out. Maybe we'll kind of find out what Yahusha says about this weird thing that happened.
And Yahusha said to them, "Do you think that these Galileans were worse sinners than all the Galileans because they have suffered like this? I say to you, no. But unless you repent, you shall perish in the same way." Or those eight.
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Okay. Or those 18 on whom the tower of Shiloh fell and killed them. Do you think that they were greater offenders than all the other men who dwelt in Jerusalem? I say to you, no. But unless you repent, you shall perish in the same way.
Okay, hang on now. Okay, so we see Yahusha's response. So why did Yahusha respond in this manner? They reported this brutality, this harsh act by Pilate's soldiers, and then Yahusha comes back telling them, unless you repent, you're going to perish in the same way. Matter of fact, the 18 that the tower fell on and killed them, you think that they were greater offenders than you, who dwells in Jerusalem, or anybody who dwells in Jerusalem? I say to you, no, unless you repent, you shall all perish in the same way. Now, are they all going to be slaughtered and their blood mixed with animal blood? Or are they all going to be destroyed by a tower falling on them? Is that what Yahusha is talking about? What's he talking about here when he says that? Joshua?
The second death?
Right. So he's alluding to the second death. What he's telling them is you're all going to perish just like these people did, and you're going to experience the second death and go into the lake of fire unless you repent. So he's not making a big deal or a point about the event, about the accident that killed these people or the direct act of Pilate's soldiers. He's going way beyond that into the spiritual realm and saying, yeah, all these people that perish this way are going to perish in the lake of fire in the second death. And if you don't repent, you're going to perish just like them. So he's like avoiding the present the event and going straight, farther out into judgment. Go ahead, Joshua.
So it was maybe the way they approached him to report this, that he's like saying, hold up, wait a minute. You're going to perish the same way if you're not careful, basically reminding them, I don't know. But
it was almost like they were tattling, and he didn't like it, how they did it, how they approached the situation.
Yeah. It's amazing to me that he's like referring to their internal destination, their final destination, you know, rather than about what's going on at the present time. And then he's like saying, you know, it's almost like he's saying, don't worry about those who can kill the body, but you better start worrying about who can kill the body and the ruach into kahina type thing. You know, it seems like he's going straight there. So this, in a way, is just not Yahusha saying that the death that you suffer, your first death, is not what's important. You better repent and worry about the second death. Is that not what he's trying to say here in a roundabout way? Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I think so. I think that quit worrying about what other people are doing. You got enough stuff to worry about yourself. At least in this case, it's not that you don't point out sin and don't point out wormwood, but you can get caught up into that and miss the point of what the whole salvation plan is.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, so yeah, they're worried about dying, you know, of some accidental death or some crazy wicked death, and he's pointing out that's not what's important here. What's important is your internal destination. That's what you better be thinking about. Kind of amazing to me that he jumped to that. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, and I think the beast they're releasing a lot of truth lately, it seems. And I think that's that same thing. They're trying to get us entangled in what's going on around us and misdirect us from this same thing, to where we are caught up in almost this big web of truth. And then we miss the real true reason why we should be repenting and worshiping Yahuwah. I don't know if I said that right, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mixed up in their delusion, you know, and then we're not, you know, focused on what's really important, and that's what's going to happen to our inner man, right? Go ahead, Tad.
I'm a little confused here. I need to back up just for a second.
Okay.
You said the Galileans were doing sacrifices, animal sacrifices, but it was like Hebel or Abel, where it was reasonable worship. You know, they were worshiping him in that way. Is that correct? So it wasn't wrong.
No.
So why does he call the Galileans? Do you think that these Galileans were worse sinners? Why is he calling the Galileans sinners and not Pilate?
Because that cruel fate fell on them. The Hebrew back then, when something happened to someone, they thought it happened to them because they were a sinner. You know, they always pointed that they were a sinner, you know, and they considered the Gentiles all sinners because they were idolaters. You know, they were, you know, worshiping statues and different gods and stuff. So they were all sinners. So if something bad happened to them, even if you were born blind or crippled or something, they would consider them to be a sinner. Or either who sinned, that person or their parents. You know what I mean? So they always attached something that negative or something that happened bad to you being you committed some kind of sin. You must have did something wrong for that to happen to you, type thing.
Okay.
That's just part of their culture. That's the way they were.
Okay.
It's the way they talked,
Okay.
you know, the way they believed.
That
Phil?
makes more sense now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and like I said, if you know, they had daily sacrifices in the temple in Jerusalem, right? And so this was a continual offering. There was daily sacrificing going on. And so if it would have happened there, I don't think they would have pointed out that they were all Galileans. And plus, you know, there would have been more than just Galileans there, you know, at the temple. So I think, and this is just speculation now, because there's not a lot of information here, but I think this must have happened up in either southern Galilee or northern Galilee, and some type of offering that the Galileans were doing to worship Yahuwah, which outside of Jerusalem would have been, because they were told not to do it except in where he chose to do it, right? So if they were doing it outside of Jerusalem, it would have to been sort of like Abel's offering, where they were doing the offering just to worship Yahuwah as a worship offering type thing, you know.
So something along the line of Aaron's sons who brought strange fire. They were just doing it in a different way than he told them to do it. Is it kind of like that?
Well, no, because if they were sacrificing animal blood to cover up their sins, try to hide their sins, and they were doing it away from where he told them to do that at, yes, then it would be. But if they weren't, they were just doing it to worship Yahuwah, okay, then because it says that they're going to bring offerings even in the millennium reign to Yahuwah and offer them. So those aren't blood offerings to cover up sin, but to worship Yahuwah with those offerings. So I think it was more on that lines. Nothing that they were doing wrong. See what I'm saying? When the mind of the Hebrew mindset, they probably thought, because Yahusha points it out, that these Galileans must have committed some kind of sin for that destruction to come down on them. They had to do something wrong, right? And Yahusha saying they weren't any worse sinner than anybody else, any other Galilean, okay? And if you don't repent, the same thing's going to happen to you. You're going to Gehenna. So he takes them out of that picture and way out into the future and says, this is what's important. You know, not that you die, because you're sentenced to die at least once, right? But you better start worrying about what's going to happen at the second death, and worry about who can destroy both your body and your spirit. That's what you need to be worrying about, or you're going to perish just like them. So obviously, these people that perished are not going to be in the reign of Yahuwah. They're going to be thrown into Gehenna. So it sounds like to me. Go ahead, Raul.
It kind of seemed to me he was telling them, don't judge. Remember, you'll be judged. You know, don't judge them. You'll be judged later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think that these Galileans were worse sinners than all Galileans because they suffered like this? No, they weren't worse sinners. See, I mean, so he's exposing their mindset. Go ahead, Phyllis.
We deal with that today, especially Christians. They think that if you're sick, I mean, I had somebody throw that up to me. Well, of course you're sick with chemotherapy because look at how you live your life. And I'm like, what? Because they didn't agree with, with keeping the commandments.
Well, that's preposterous. That's just somebody who's puffed up, and they think that the way they think, or that the church they go to thinks is the correct way, and everybody else is heretics or some type of secret society type thing, but you're in a cult or whatever. But no, unfortunately, sickness and death come on all of us. I'm sick. I got problems. I think most of us do, especially those of us that are up over 60 and beyond have something wrong with them. It's not because we're worse sinners than anybody else, just like Yahusha's pointing out here. We're all sinners, but we're no worse than anybody else, right? I don't get sick because I'm a worse sinner than anybody else. I get sick because my body is sentenced to death. It's already been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. And so it's going to die. You can't save your body. Flesh and blood's not going to enter into the reign of Yahuwah. Yahuwah can extend our longevity, give us a longer life beyond what he's already granted, if it be his will. We have examples of that. Remember the one guy that Isaiah went into and told him Yahuwah was going to add 15 years to his life because of his offerings in the temple. So we know that Yahuwah can do that at any time he wants to for anybody. But the truth of it is, folks, we're all going to die. You know, death is the great equalizer. It doesn't care if you're a man or a woman, a child, an old man. It doesn't care if you're strong or weak. It doesn't care if you're rich or poor. It's coming for you, man, because you've been sentenced to death and you cannot save your body. It's nothing that we did wrong. We're no greater sinner than anybody else. It's just because we're waiting for the executioner to come and get us. Death, the great equalizer. That's all. It's nobody, you know, I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to say, I don't think there's anybody that lives a long life and dies that doesn't die with some kind of ailment. You know, something kills them. You know what I mean? The only body I know of that says that they aged, and as they aged, they didn't lose their vision. You know, they stayed in the right mind and strong, was Moshe. But yet he still died, didn't he? Was Moses a big sinner because he obeyed Yahuwah? So that's why he died at 140 or whatever it was, 120, whatever it was when he died? No. That is total egomaniac stuff, man. You know, and so what you say, well, oh, don't worry. Yeah, I'm sick, but guess what? You got something wrong with you. Maybe you're not sharing it, but I bet you got something wrong with you, especially if they're your age, right? First of all. And second of all, you're going to die right as well. Matter of fact, you might die before me. You can go out and get killed in a car accident today and you wouldn't even know about it, right? Remember that from last week when Yahushua was talking about that? So you sit there and you save up all this money, collect all this land, become very wealthy. So now you think you can go, you pat yourself on the chest, pat yourself on the back. Well, you've done a good job making yourself rich. Now you can go out and enjoy your life. And the next day, who calls for your life? He says, you're going to die tomorrow. You're going to pay the price tomorrow. So all that building of wealth and everything was in vain. And you didn't worry about your eternal destination. So you're going to the lake of fire, to Gehenna, just like these poor people here who didn't worry about their eternal destination. It was too late for them because the accident happened or that horrible event happened and took their life before they could know Yahuwah. See, man? So that's a bunch of hogwash, Phyllis. I hate when I hear people talk like that. It's like, what do you think you're going to do? Not die? Get away from me, man. I'm not doing anything wrong. We're all in the same boat. We're all suffering illnesses because we're sinners. You know, yes, Yahuwah may forgive our sins, but we're still paying the price for the sins we committed, which is death. We are going to die once. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, Mark. Just remind me, so we need to thank Yahuwah for everything that we have, whether we think it's good or bad. We've discussed this before, because he's running the show. It's all his plan, and it's part of his plan. If we're sick, well, it's part of his plan. You know, if we get over that sickness, it's his plan. So that's all I wanted to say.
That's right.
And Scripture says those who endure. Scripture says those who endure, right? You know, you got to endure.
Brother Mark, you're the first person that ever introduced the idea to me to give thanks and praise for what we would normally think of as sicknesses or tragedy. And I, you know, that's it. That's sunk in.
Absolutely. Yeah, like Brother Tad just said, man, Yahuwah's running the show, man. So if we trust him, we're going to thank him for everything that happens in our life, whether or not we perceive it as bad or good, or it could even be a blessing in disguise, as far as we know. I mean, look at Job. I mean, he's a prime example of all of this, right? I mean, he cursed the day he was born. He was so sick. Was it because he was a greater sinner than anyone else? Absolutely not. But Yahuwah, you know, reversed his fate and brought him back into perfect health and blessed him beyond what he had before, and he lived a long life. Who had their hand up? Ted?
No, go ahead, Brother Phil.
Okay, go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, maybe those doctors and nurses needed to meet you, Phyllis. And that's why, because my wife had some thing and she went to the doctor, and come to find out, I ended up giving, and I think I've said this before, but I ended up giving Lou's book to this doctor because she said something about Yahusha and Yahuwah. And he goes, what? And so anyway, ended up happening. I went back the next day and took Lou's book, Fossilized Customs. I didn't meet the guy, but I said, I knew the nurse because she knew me through something else. She let me in because it was during COVID. But anyway, she said, I'll give it to him. So nothing was wrong with Michelle. It was all clear, but that guy was supposed to find out Yahusha's name and Yahuwah's name. So that's why. And I told her that's the reason why. No doubt in my mind. And then we followed up, obviously, giving him I always like to have a lot of those books on hand. In fact, I need to order some more so I can give those out because it's got so many good things. Of course, we all know. But anyway, so, and those people that do that are talking in reverse speech, Phyllis. They're condemning themselves with their words. So shame on them. Shame on them. But your spirit is not moved. So that's awesome.
That's a great point, Phil. Way to go, Phil. Sharon.
And Phil, when we go out and we do this, we speak life into them by his name, by his speaking his words. So even though death is, we're all going to die, we have eternal life.
Can I go?
Go, Mr. Right.
Okay. Now this might be pertaining to something else. I think it was last Friday's teaching you done about praying for other people. As me being new and needy, a lot of my prayer went to myself. And Yahuwah spoke to me through you, and I started praying for other people. And man, just the blessings of doing that is just so amazing. I just had to share that. So
thanks for that testimony, brother.
And it reminded me of the same thing, Mark. We tend to get egocentric when we have something that is afflicting us, but we need to look away from ourselves. Yahuwah knows what we need. That doesn't mean we don't need to ask to show his, to show his kingship. But nevertheless, yeah, it's praying for others. Definitely.
Okay, so we all understand now what Yahushua was talking about in verse 5, right? I say to you, but unless you repent, you shall all perish in the same way. And all means all. Ain't no, I don't care what kind of ailments you have or disease or sickness, what you have, okay? Everybody does, okay? And death comes for us all, okay? And so what's important here, and I don't want to pick on Phyllis, but what I'm going to use her a little bit as an example here, but what's really important here when somebody says something like that to you, oh, the reason you're sick is because you got a demon, or the reason that you're sick is because you're in a cult, you're not following the J-man, or whatever they say, okay, the response back would be, no, that's not true. And what's really important is not my sickness, but that I have repented and I'm following Yahushua. And that's what's important in your life as well. Because if you don't repent and start following Yahushua, you're going to suffer and die like everyone else. And then you're going to suffer the second death. And that should throw them back in their seat and get their mind thinking. See what I mean? I mean, you've lived a long life already compared to a lot of people. Just look at the young men. They've died in their 18, 19 years old or in their early 20s in war in Vietnam, World War II. Those poor guys didn't even get to find out what life was all about, and they perished. Is it because they were cursed? Is it because they were a greater sinner than anyone else? Is it because they were in a cult? No. It's because they're sentenced to death from birth. The minute you're born, you're sentenced to die. You don't get to try to be a good boy and not die. you're going to die. At birth, you're sentenced to death. See that? So silly talk from silly people. Phyllis, that's all that is. I don't know if it's a good friend of yours. I don't mean to degrade them, but I'm just saying it's silly talk. Okay. So anyway, I think we're all getting this. Let's move on. Next in line is a parable. Yahusha tells a parable now. And so, and you know, gird your loins here, because we're going to get into some shaky ground that some people are not familiar with in this chapter. So just bear it and keep an open mind. Use your exegesis mindsets, and, you know, just go with the flow, okay? And don't get upset, because some things are going to be said here that you're not used to in this chapter. I'm just warning you right now. So let's just keep our minds right and stay thinking with our exegesis mindset. Y'all have heard the word exegesis, right? Lou White's made it pretty popular word, and most people have heard about that now. So it really is not pronounced exegesis. I go along with Lou, and that's the way I pronounce it as well, because the proper pronunciation is really exegesis. And eisegesis is really pronounced I see Jesus. It's the way that's really pronounced. And so I don't like saying it that way, because it reminds me of the J-man. So I go along with Lou's pronunciation, Jesus, on that. So use your exegesis mindsets, and let's roll. Okay, Phil, let's hear this parable.
Verse 6. And he spoke this parable. A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came seeking fruit on it, and found nothing. And he said to the gardener, Look, for 3 years I have come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why does it even make the ground useless? And he answered him answering, he said to him, Master, leave it this year too, until I dig around it and throw manure. And if it indeed bears fruit, good. But if not so, you shall cut it down. And he was teaching.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Okay, so there's the parable. It's mainly about this tree. How many know that Yahuwah calls us trees? You know that he refers to us as trees. And so here a fig tree is planted and being cultivated, and it's not producing fruit. Okay, now according to context, okay, and we have to be really keen on context. It's extremely important. And according to context, fruit can be your character. It can be your personality traits, okay? Such as you're a good person or you're a wicked person. You got rotten fruit. You're always mean to people, trying to connive people, trying to steal from people, trying to make them do things for your own benefits or whatever. Or you can be a kind person, a good person, and do things for others, not expecting anything in return, right? And so you show love and joy and peace and compassion to people. So that would be showing good fruit, right? And related to your personality, your character. But in another context, this fruit can apply to you increasing the reign of Yahuwah by bringing more people in. And in the Hebrew mindset, fruit more than likely refers to children, or an increase in your territory, or an increase in your family. Okay, you're multiplying yourself and increasing. So children are considered fruit. The firstborn is considered first fruit. Okay, so your firstborn child will be your first fruit. Okay, and then the rest of your children will be your fruit. So it's a multiplication. See that? So when we go out and we produce fruit, we're born again. We're a new creature. We're fruit. Guess what fruit we are? We're first fruit. We're like a first fruit with Yahusha. Right? Yahusha being the first fruit, and we're like him. We're alike first fruits, right? And so when we bring in others, not necessarily procreating, but going out and finding lost sheep and bringing them into the fold, we're multiplying and increasing the reign of Yahuwah. With every water immersion in the name of Yahusha, the reign of Yahuwah increases. So we are bringing in more fruit. We're collecting this fruit. Okay. So in this certain parable here, I see this as this tree is bearing no fruit. There's no multiplication at all. Okay. There's no fruit at all on this tree. So it's not increasing the abundance of the kingdom, the reign of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? And so there's scripture that says the axe is already laid at the tree, meaning he's ready to chop you down if you're not productive. Okay. And so this would apply, I believe, to that same parable, just being said in a different way. Because if the axe already laid at the root and you're not producing, and they can't harvest, you're not bringing in any more fruit from the harvest, you get cut down. See, so it can't mean apply to your character or personality, that you're not, your fruit is the way that you behave toward others, that you're showing a good character, would make no sense in this context. So that's why context is extremely important, because it could mean either or. It's dependent on the context. See, that means we have to be very keen and sharp about being able to pick out and understand the context or the subject matter or the main theme of what we're reading, especially parables, because parables has this really weird rule attached to it. And the rule of a parable is the same rule that applies to idioms. And that is, you cannot take them literally. They always mean something else other than what it's saying. It never means what it says. It means something else. And therefore, we have to be able to figure that out. We have to be able to discern and understand what the parable means. And we can't do that without the Ruach HaKodesh. He's the one that shows us what the parable means. So there's a sign for you. If somebody doesn't understand the parable, where you hear them interpret the parable and you can tell they're taking it literal, what does that tell you? They don't have the Ruach, because they don't understand the parable. Only those who have the Ruach can understand parables. That's why Yahusha spoke often in parables. As a matter of fact, nearly every time he ever spoke in public, he spoke it in a parable. You would be hard pressed to find Yahusha talking in public and talking clearly. It was usually always in a parable. Okay, so what's this parable mean, somebody? Somebody tell us what this is actually talking about. Bringing this into context, what's the bottom line or the moral of this parable, if you will? Remember, it always means something different than what it's saying literally. Go ahead, Tad.
I'm going to start with that he calls it a fig tree. Generally, he refers to the fig tree. When he refers to a fig tree, it's Yisharal. So somebody from Yisharal is a lazy servant, basically, is what he's saying here. Because it's not, he came producing fruit that this servant would be searching for the lost sheep, and he hasn't brought any with him. So he's saying, look, this is a lazy servant. We're gonna get rid of it. And the other person says, well, give it another year, give him a chance, and I'll try and cultivate this. I'll throw manure around it. I'll try and work on him, this lazy servant, to try and get him to serve Yahuwah in the way that he should be in the harvest, and see if he can bring some fruit with him. But if he doesn't do it, then go ahead and destroy him. Go ahead and throw him in the fire. I think that's what it's saying. Paraphrasing, of course.
Okay, so is Yahusha asking for? Okay, so who's the gardener? Who's the worker in this parable?
Yahuwah is the gardener, and the servant is Yahusha, and Yahusha will work on the gardener or work on the servant to bring in more fruit to Yahuwah.
Okay, so I hear where you're coming from, but in this parable, Yahuwah is not the gardener. I know where you're coming from. We're the there's waterers, there's planters, and there's waterers, and Yahuwah is the gardener, and does the pruning and gives growth, right? And so when you first read that, you think because of that you think that this gardener is Yahuwah, but when you read it a little bit more careful, you see that he's not. So it says here, and a certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came seeking fruit on it. And he said to the gardener, look, for 3 years I've been seeking this fruit on this fig tree and find none. So cut it down. Why doesn't it even make ground useless? And he answering said to him, Master. So he's calling the man master. See that? The gardener is Yahusha in this case. The man is Yahuwah. He's the master in this case. And leave it this year until I dig around it and throw manure. That's Yahusha saying, let me work with this man, right? With this person, with this fig tree, this Israelite. Until I dig around and throw manure. And indeed, it bears fruit good. But if not, you shall cut it down.
So I had it backwards.
Yes, but it's because I did that too until I read it over and over and over, and I realized.
I got you. All right. Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, but your mindset was correct in the first time. Yahuwah is the gardener. He provides the growth and does the pruning.
So Yahuwah is the gardener. So who is the man?
Well, in this parable, he's not the gardener. Yahusha is. The man is Yahuwah, because the gardener calls him master. You see what I'm saying? And he's telling the master, if I can't help this person, give me another year to work with this person. If he doesn't start producing fruit and bringing, working the harvest and bringing more fruit into your kingdom, then cut him down, throw him into Gehenna. So the only anybody can do that's Yahuwah, right? Joshua?
Unrelated, but it just reminded me of who was it? Miriam that called him, that thought the gardener was in the tomb, or it wasn't the gardener, it was Yahusha as someone else. But
yeah, she thought Yahusha was the gardener. That's a great point, Joshua. Yeah, your mind went there. That's mind blowing that you even thought of that. I never even thought of that. But yeah, what a great point. Yeah, Miriam thought the gardener, thought Yahusha was the gardener, and didn't realize he was Yahusha. So you can definitely relate that to this. And that's an excellent point, man. Excellent comparison. Anybody else?
I just want to make a comment. That's a really cool parable. Wow. So Yahuwah is going to work on him for Yahusha.
Yeah, and how's he going to do that?
He might give him some tribulation, or he might, who knows? It depends on the person's character.
Yeah, he may work with him directly by indwelling him, right?
Yeah.
Or he may work through him through another chosen vessel.
Right.
He may send Phil over there to talk to this guy. Say, hey, man, we need help in the harvest. We need to pray to the master of the harvest to send more workers. And we need you to be one of them workers, man.
And that solidifies the fact that it's Yahusha's kingdom because the Father's given it to him.
Yeah, he's given him all.
Awesome. That's a good one. Well, good grief. Wow. That's, if I don't learn anything else today, or this week or this year, that's really awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mind blowing stuff. Look at Matthew 3:10. Go to Matthew 3:10. Be on page 1036. And the axe is already laid to the root of the trees. See that? He calls us trees, man. Every tree, then, which does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire.
That's pretty terrifying.
See the relation? Yeah, see the relationship between Matthew 3:10 and the parable we just read? I mean, it explains it. It actually explains it.
And if that doesn't, if that doesn't scare you, I don't know what will.
That should terrify every single person on here. He says the axe is already laid to the root of the trees. He's ready to chop you down right now. In other words, you don't even deserve to be delivered. He should just cut you down right now and kill you and throw you into the lake of fire right now. So you better get busy and give him a reason not to. You better start collecting fruit and being a servant. You better start multiplying his kingdom. Okay, he said the axe is laid at the root right now. He ready to chop you down, throw you in the Gehenna. You don't even deserve to be saved, delivered. So you better give him a good reason not to chop you down. His axe is already laid at your feet, man. He's ready to chop you down like a tree. That should get everybody terrified, make you want to work harder in the harvest, bring more fruit, multiply the reign of Yahuwah. Everybody on board with picking up what I'm laying down? This parable is huge. Okay, we've went over this subject before, but we need to realize and understand here in this context, the fruit that Yahushua is talking about is an increase of population. It's more people. He wants the wedding hall to be full. And we're going to get into that here in a little while. Okay. He's not happy with just bringing enough people in there that there's a big crowd, but then there's space to walk around in the wedding hall. He's not happy with that. He wants it to be packed. He wants it to be a sardine can. He wants there to be so many people brought into the wedding feast that you can't even lift your hand up to eat. So get busy working the harvest. We'll find that out here shortly. I'm going to get into it. All right. Any questions, thoughts, comments on this parable up to this point? Phyllis, you got anything? No? All righty. Let's go on then, Phil.
Verse 9. And if indeed it bears fruit, good. But if not so, ye shall cut it down. And he was teaching in one of the congregations on the Shabbat. And see, there was a Asha having a weakened Ruach for 18 years. And was bent over.
Phil.
What? 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 Got me? Can you hear me?
Can now.
Okay. Let's see. There was an Asha having a weakened Ruach for 18 years and was bent over and was unable to straighten up at all. And Yahusha, seeing her, called her near and said to her, Asha, you are loosened from your weakness. And he laid his hands on her, And immediately she was straightened up and praised Elohim. But the ruler of the congregation, responding, much displeased that Yahusha had healed on the Shabbat, said to the crowds, "There are 6 yeomen on which a man should work. So come and be healed on them, and not on the Yom Shabbat." Then the master answered him and said, "Hypocrite, does not each one of you on the Shabbat loosen his ox or his donkey from the stall and lead it away to water it? And this one, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Shatan was bound, look, for 18 years. Should she not be loosened from this bond on the Shabbat?" And when he said this, all his opponents were put to shame, and all the crowds rejoiced for the splendid works being done by him.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, so this has a lot in it. So first of all, he was teaching in one of the congregations on the Shabbat, which he always did. It was his habit to do so. And so he heals this woman. She's all bent over. She can't stand. Have you ever seen an old woman walking around all bent over like that? She can't straighten up.
Like Judy.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing to see. And so he heals this woman on Shabbat. And the ruler of the congregation was displeased, and he was judging Yahusha, and because he had healed on the Shabbat. And so he says, "There's 6 days these men can work and come and he be healed on them, not on the Yom Shabbat." So it's kind of ironic that if you really put that into perspective, okay, you just say it's Yom Shabbat and somebody's laying there and they're injured or they got some kind of disease, right? And you look at them and they're going to die. And you say, "Well, I'm sorry, but if you'd have came on any other day, but today on Shabbat, I would have healed you. But since you decided to come on Shabbat, you got to die. I'm sorry. I just can't help you because it's Shabbat." What do you think? Does that sound ridiculous to you? It sounds ridiculous to me to begin with. And so it's, if you put in perspective, it's like, what? You got to be kidding me. Is it better to help that person or let them die because it's Shabbat? Well, guess what? If you let them die, you're going to be a hypocrite, because I can guarantee you, that people do things that Yahusha knows isn't right on Shabbat. Okay, maybe not a direct major thing, but a tiny thing, which he points out here as them going out and loosening their animal so it can have water on a Shabbat. But yet I shouldn't loosen this woman from her ailment that Shatan has tortured her with for 18 years. And that's the funny part there too. Now, in this incident, he's pointing out that Satan is the one that's causing this woman's misery, her disease. It's Satan doing it to her. So yes, it's true. Demons, which Satan is a demon, can hurt your body. But that should be no big surprise to us, because look at the book of Job. Satan was allowed to go and injure Job because Yahusha allowed it. So there should be no big surprise here. But the one thing I want to point out here, I think it's pretty clear. We should all be at least seeing the big picture here on what's going on. But the thing here that I want to point out is, and here we go again scenario, okay? We've talked about this before, that everybody came out of their house and went to the congregations wherever they're at to hear Moshe read in Shabbat. Nobody stayed in their house, okay? And there were activities going on throughout the villages and the towns on Shabbat. Remember when Yahusha was walking through the grain fields and they were picking the grain? They weren't stuck in their house. So what's going on here? Because we need to be clear on this, because we're the Natsarim, and we need not to be spreading any type of rumors out there. It's not true. We have to stop that. because what that is acting like Pharisees. We're adding more on to people than needs to be. Okay. And so there was a time in history where the Israelites were confined to their house. They were not allowed to come out on Shabbat. Okay. And then I like to say they were grounded like little kids, right? You're grounded. Stay in your room, right? And so at one point they were grounded by Yahuwah, and they must remain in their house on the Shabbat. But then there came a time where he ungrounded them because they had learned their lesson. And so he ungrounded them. In this case that I'm talking about, they all died. And so they really didn't learn their lesson, but they all paid a penalty. They died in the wilderness before they were allowed to cross over and become Hebrew. Okay. And so at this point, only 2 were allowed to cross over, Joshua and Caleb. Okay. And at that point is when Yahuwah ungrounded them. Okay. And it was also the way that we know that they were ungrounded. Well, first of all, why were they grounded? Anybody know? Why did he ground them to their house? Anybody know? Go ahead, Ted.
Because they kept coming out, and doing things like picking up sticks and looking for the manna that, they weren't supposed to be looking for on that day. They kept doing things that he told them not to do.
Correct.
That's why.
Correct. They were coming out of their house and searching for a manna on Shabbat when he told them not to. So he said, "Oh, you hard-headed people, you don't listen. Just you're grounded. Get back in your house and don't even come out on Shabbat. You're not even allowed out of the house." So it was a disciplinary action because they were searching for that manna. So guess what happened when he ungrounded them? And they no longer had to stay in their dwelling place on Shabbat. Anybody know? Ed?
The manna stopped.
The manna stopped, which is when they were released from being grounded to their dwelling place. Okay? So we can read that. We can see that in Scripture so that y'all don't think I'm acting crazy or saying something wrong. We can look at it. Let's go to Deuteronomy 5:22. Go to Deuteronomy 5:22. And it would do you good to mark this or make a note if you have a notebook or whatever you want to do. And so you can remember where all this is. This is kind of important because there's people out there that are being overburdened with things that they don't need to be doing. So Deuteronomy 5:22. Says this after he gives us the commandments at Sinai, which was before they began to wander in the wilderness. Okay, he married them before they began to wander in the wilderness. So for us, we begin to obeying the 10 commandments. Okay, and we're in the everlasting covenant. We have the blood covenant. We have married Yahuwah, and then we begin to wander in the wilderness. That's our life's journey. See that? And so afterwards, he says to them, "These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a loud voice. And he added no more." So he added no more. Okay. So we have to see that and understand that Yahuwah added no more. But who did? Who was the den of adders? Well, Yahushua is very clear about that. The Pharisees, the scribes. He called them a den of adders. They'd love to add things to Yahuwah's commands that Yahuwah never did. And so this way they can make people jump through hoops and be the lawgiver, and cause people to esteem them and try to please them through the statutes or laws that they were adding. Okay, and so now look at Exodus 16, 29 through 30. Go to Exodus. Exodus 16. And that would be page 91, 29 and 30. Which you would flip the page. And it says, see, because Yahuwah has given you the Shabbat, therefore he is giving you bread for 2 yamim on the 6th yam. Let each one stay in his place. Do not let anyone go out of his place on the 7th yam. So the people rested on the 7th yam, and the house of Israel called its name manna. And it was like white Orlander seed, and the taste of it was like thin cakes made with honey. So there you go. You can read that whole chapter, but you can see here now that they're commanded to stay in their house. They're not allowed out because of their disobedience. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to read 16:4 is the reason, why he said this.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Yahuwah said to Moshe, see, I am raining bread from the Shamayim for you, and the people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day in order to try them, whether they walk in my Torah or not, whether they're going to keep the Shabbat. That's why he did that originally.
Yeah, that's right. And so it was a test, and they failed it, so he grounded them. To him, stay in your dwelling place. So that would still be in effect. If it was still in effect when Yahushua was here in the 1st century, then none of them would have been out. They'd still all been in their dwelling place. So obviously there came a point where he ungrounded them. And since the manna was the indicator and the reason of the groundation, then the manna ceasing would be the sign that they were no longer grounded on Shabbat. Okay, they had learned their lesson. They understood how to conduct themselves on the 7th day. So we find this in Joshua. So go to Joshua chapter 5. That's going to be right around page 240. So Joshua chapter 5, 9 through 12 says, and Yahuwah said to Joshua, today I have rolled away the reproach of Mitzrayim from you. So the name of the place is called Gilgal to this yom. And the children of Israel camped in Gilgal and performed the Passover on the 14th yom of the month at evening on the desert plains of Jericho. And they ate of the stored grain of the land on the morrow after the Passover, unleavened bread, and roasted grain on the same yom. And the manna ceased on that yom, and they had eaten the stored grain of the land. And the manna ceased on that yom after they had eaten the stored grain of the land. So there you go. And the children of Israel no longer had manna, but they ate the food of the land of Canaan that year. Okay, so there you go. There's when it stopped. That's when they were ungrounded. And that's why we see Yahusha, the Prushim, the scribes, the children of Israel, the entire villages, everybody out walking around on Yom Shabbat. They're not restricted to their homes anymore. We're allowed to go out. Although we have to still obey Yahuwah's commandments. We can't buy and sell. We can't exert ourselves. We can't do work for money. Our weekly job has to cease. So if you're a carpenter, you better not be out on Yom Shabbat building a house. You're going to be in big trouble. Okay? If you're a housewife, you better not be going around cleaning your house and cooking food for your family either. That's your job. You're not supposed to do your job on the Shabbat. So just because you're a housewife is not a free pass to violate Shabbat. You still have to rest. Go ahead, Ike.
I'm just wondering about this, but what about a person like me? Can I cut my grass on Shabbat?
Yeah, I mean,
not that I want.
You probably could do it, and it wouldn't be a violation because you're not getting paid to do it. But what you are doing is you're being selfish. You're worried about you and your stuff rather than Yahuwah, and reading and teaching and knowing about Yahuwah and pursuing your eternal destination. You're kind of stealing from yourself.
Right.
Okay. It's kind of like you're chopping off your own leg, man.
Yeah.
Why would you go out on the day he gave you to worship him and consider creation and to spend time with him, and you go out and spend time on yourself and cutting your grass?
Mhm.
Don't you think you'd be shooting yourself in your own foot? Yeah, you're not getting paid for it. You're not buying or selling. You're probably not doing anything wrong, but you're shooting yourself in your own foot. And so I would say it would be unwise to do that. Better off staying in your house and reading scripture than going out and cutting your grass. Your grass can wait, man. It ain't going nowhere. You're going to have to cut it all the time anyway. Pick another day to cut your grass. Just say that. But you're just hurting yourself if you don't. Phyllis, go ahead.
I was just going to say that from time to time, Lou would never cut his grass on Sabbath either. But from time to time, I've asked Lou, do you think I could do this or that, maybe in the front yard or whatever? And he would say, no, I wouldn't, because it would be a bad witness to the neighbors. They all know we're Sabbath keepers. So they would say, well, why is she out there doing that? It's Sabbath.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point, Phyllis. Yeah, we want to be good examples of Yahuwah. And people that are babes or don't know anything, they could look at you and say, look, they're out there. They keep talking about keeping the commandments, but look at her. She's out there weeding her garden or cutting her grass. And so she's just a hypocrite. That's a very, very good point. It could cause others to stumble. And that's the last thing we want to do, is cause somebody to stumble. So according to freedom of Torah, it probably is safe for you to go cut your grass. But on the other hand, if somebody sees you and you cause them to stumble, boy, you're in big trouble with Yahuwah. And plus you're shooting yourself in your own foot. So I absolutely would not cut my grass on the Shabbat. And I don't. I don't even go fishing on the Shabbat. And it's hard. And to keep Mark August from going fishing is almost impossible. But on Shabbat, I don't. Just because. I don't think it's a violation, but I'd rather spend time with Yahuwah and with Yahuwah's chosen on Shabbat. I want to use Shabbat for what it was made for. And that's to get to know Yahuwah and pursue to know Yahuwah and spend time with his chosen people. That's what it's for. So, use it for what it was made for. But don't forget, man was not made for the Shabbat, but the Shabbat was made for the man. So use it. Take the gift and use it correctly. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know whose hand was up first, Phil.
Well, Yahuwah it impressed upon me the fact that if you honor my Shabbat, I will extend your life, because it's a time for you to rest mentally, physically, and to focus on him and renew yourself with him. And also all my friends know, and I want to go motorcycle riding on. There's a lot of events on Saturdays, but I used to do it. I didn't work, but it was sending confusing messages to my friends, and some of my friends would want to go out to eat. And they said, well, what if I pay? Can we still go out for lunch? And I said, well, I'm causing you, even though they may not honor the Shabbat, I'm causing you to buy and sell on that day. It's really not going to, it's a bad witness from me. And so they know that, because I used to have a class on Saturdays and I loved going there. I was the one that ran it, but I loved doing that, going out to lunch. And I've told you all guys that I was convicted of that, and being able to say the commandments many moons ago, and I couldn't do it. And so therefore, I think his chastisement was light, it was just a tap on the shoulder, but it was telling me, you need to be set apart. And I like the example of the new Natsarim watching you, out trimming the lawn, going, well, that's work. And then you get into this big discussion of what's work and not work, and you become it's hard to prove your point, especially to someone that's new, and therefore to them, you're violating that, and therefore it takes away from your witness. So definitely, I think all those things, that's a really good point. I wanted to say, I was reading ahead after you got done reading there about they ate the food of the land. And this is really interesting, 13 through 15. And I know we're not doing Joshua right now, but it's really interesting what goes on the rest of that chapter below.
Go ahead and read that for us, Phil.
Okay. And it came to be when Yahusha was by Jericho that he lifted his eyes and looked and saw a man standing opposite him with a sword drawn in his hand. And Yahusha went to him and said to him, are you for us or for our adversaries? And he said, no, for I have now come as captain of the host of Yahuwah. And Yahusha fell on his face to the arets and did obstinance and said to him, what is my master saying to his servant? And the captain of the armies of Yahuwah said to Yahusha, take your sandal off your foot, for the place you stand is set apart. And Yahusha did so. So I thought that was really interesting, and I'm not sure about that.
That is. Yeah, that's powerful stuff, man.
Wow, it is ever. Oh my goodness.
And so understand here that Yahusha in that verse he just read is Joshua. So his name was Usha, is at birth, and Moshe added the Yod to his name, and his name became Yahusha. Okay, Moshe is the one that did that. And so just know that wasn't talking about Mashiach. That was speaking of Joshua after Moshe had changed his name to Yahusha, okay? It's spelled exactly the same way. Go ahead, Kate.
Well, I use the criterion on what I can do and cannot do on the Shabbat is that if it can be done on another day, I do it on another day. There are certain things I have to do. I have animals. I try to fill the water and the food the day before. Yesterday I forgot, so I was watering chickens this morning, but so that had to be done. But anything that can be done on another day, mowing the lawn, I did that yesterday so that I wouldn't have to do it today. So that's just what I think about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that you need to put it in perspective here. Okay. Yes, he added no more, but the purpose of the Shabbat, which was made for man, is to give you a day of rest that you can spend with your Creator and pursue to know Him. And so let's use it for what it was given to us for, to know Yahuwah. And don't do anything else. Like, look at this here. I'm going to give you this example, not to be smart aleck, but I just want you to see this. It's kind of important. Here, Lou White says, I cut Phyllis's hair today, but not my lawn. Okay, now look. Some people could look at that and say, Lou violated the Shabbat because he cut her hair. He could have waited till tomorrow, okay? And the point here is, okay, is he didn't charge Phyllis to cut her hair. The act of cutting Phyllis's hair today was an act of love. It was putting love into action, because love and belief are verbs, and therefore action must be applied to love or belief in order to make it real. Otherwise, it's a fantasy, it's lip service, it's not reality. Here, this is not a violation of Shabbat, as a lot of people would point fingers at Lou here and say he violated Shabbat. I know they would, because really it goes under the same category. Although he's saying I cut her hair, not my lawn, it still goes under that same category. Cut your lawn, cut your hair, right down that same category as some type of work. Is it truly work? No, it's an act of love. Just like here when we just read, Yahusha healed this old woman of her ailment, of not being able to stand up straight on Shabbat. It was him healing her works? No. Him healing her was the same as Lou just did to Phyllis's hair. It was an act of love for this woman. So there was no violation here. Everybody seeing, weren't picking up what I'm laying down? Go, Phil.
Well, does that go for a friend too? A lot of things happen on the Shabbat because it's the, S day. And a lot of times people need something moved, or they need something, a quick favor from a friend, and which helping them would be an act of love. They're not paying you for it. They're just merely needing that help. So, and I know we've talked about this before, but maybe we should clarify it again. Like if my friend really needs, and he can't get anybody else, whatever it might be, and then I go help him, which is an act of loving thy neighbor. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, I think you go help him, because love covers all transgressions.
Right. That's what I thought.
So you're not transgressing then. If love covers all transgressions and covers many sins, then you're not transgressing when you're loving somebody. It can't be a transgression of Shabbat if you're acting in love for that person. How can it be? Love covers all. It says all, ALL, transgressions.
Right. That's what I figured. And
but
obviously
guess what?
they try and pay you. I say no.
No, don't take any money.
Right.
And guess what? When you're done with that task of helping him, take your butt back home and start getting back to studying Yahuwah.
Right. Exactly. That's what I figured.
Do another thing. Oh, I'm out now. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter now. I already did this, so I guess I'll go out and get me a hot dog and a fruit beer float now. No big deal. I'm already out, right? No. You still do not buy or sell. You still do not go work. You don't do it. You go back home and continue in observing Yom Shabbat after you've performed the act of love. Okay? You got to keep your mind right, because once you get out and you go to help your friend, you might forget that it's Shabbat, and you might go buy yourself a Coca-Cola. Man, it's hot, man. Shoot, that was a lot of work. And you go grab a Coke, and what did I do? I just bought a Coke on Shabbat. Oh, I forgot. So you got to keep your mind about you and keep your wits. And remember, it's Shabbat. Don't forget it, and then get back home. Personally, that's how I think. I think the act of helping him is love in action, and love covers all transgressions. So I don't think Yahuwah is going to see that as a transgression, but an act of love. And so he's going to put a check mark under the love test, that you passed the love test, but you did not violate Shabbat, because you went back home and you still didn't buy or sell anything or do anything wrong other than help your neighbor and love your neighbor.
Right. But when you get out of that discipline, you're right. You could be sitting over there and quick order something off of Amazon, and you're going, wait a minute. Well, it's because you're not set apart right now. You are in love, but you know what I mean? It's so easy to, with that phone, you're so used to doing it that,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Good point.
Thank you. Very easy to forget the Shabbat. That's why he tells you, remember the Shabbat and keep it guarded as Kadesh, because it's easy to forget. Once you get out of your mindset of keeping the Shabbat, it's easy to forget and violate it. So you're in a dangerous territory. Although you're loving your neighbor, it's dangerous territory. There's sharks all around you, and you need to get back in the boat and get back to the shore before you violate. So remember that. Okay, I'm going to go out and I'm going to help him, but this is treacherous water, man. I got to stay alert and keen and remember the Shabbat. And as soon as I'm done helping him, I'm back home, and continuing to obey Yahuwah.
I know we're on
Go ahead.
I know we're on a tangent here, but what if you're coming home and you not run into them, but you know what I mean, into a homeless person that's in distraught and needs some financial, and out of love, you give them a $10 bill. Is that buying and selling?
I don't think it's buying and selling, but you could look at it as you're encouraging them to go buy and sell on Shabbat, because they take that money and they run and buy or sell, and so that's a catch-22, And so you stop and give them $20 and say, "Wait till it gets dark. I'll give you this money if you promise me that you'll wait till it gets dark before you spend it." And if they say yes, give them the money, take off. If they violate the covenant between you and them, that's on them. At least you told them not to do it. You know what I mean?
And I always tell them it's from Yahusha. I don't ever say it's from me. It's not from my wretched soul. This is from the Most High.
That would be a great witness too.
Yeah, I just tell them it's not from me. And I teach them the name and the name of Yahuwah and his son's name. And I said, that's who it is. So if it was me, I would keep walking. Me as a person, just trying to show the separation between why they're getting this gift. You know what I mean? It's not really from me, it's from them. Instead of just say, "Oh, here you go, boy, I'm going to tell all my friends I just gave somebody $10," or you know what I mean, whatever it is. So okay, thank you.
Generally, what I do is when I run across a homeless person and Yahuwah puts it in my heart to give them some money, I generally walk up to them and I hand it to them and say, "Hey, I just found this laying over here. I guess it must be yours." And they take it. They'll just snatch it. You know what I mean? And so that I don't get any esteem for it. And then in a way, I think, well, wait a minute, you're lying to them. You didn't really find it, and shit, you lie like that. And so a lot of things we come into is catch-22, and it's a hard balancing act because you don't want to be lying either, So later on, I did that a lot, and then I started thinking about, wait a minute, man, it probably isn't right for me to be lying to them either. Although I'm trying to do it so that they keep their respect about them. I don't want them to feel like they're less of a person than me. And here, you little beggar, I feel generous today. Here, take this change, type deal. But then again, you don't want to be lying either. So probably best to say, "Here you go, brother. This is from Yahusha, not from me," and move on. So that's a real good point, Phil. Phyllis, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Phil's got the perfect solution. It's not from me, it's from Yahuwah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh, I was just going to say, is there a connection between him doing, because this is the multiple times that he's healed on the Shabbat, right? I mean, he did that several times. And is he alluding to the millennium reign through that, giving someone peace on the seventh day, healing them of their...
Oh, well, that's a deep spiritual insight there, Joshua. It could be, and you got to really take that to a deeper level, spiritual insight there. He could be alluding to the fact that on the millennium reign, that everyone, will be healed during the millennium reign. That people, all the crippled, blind people, everybody's going to be healed and be whole, right? It could be, but on a deep spiritual level, I could see that, but not clearly, And so, yeah, that's a great thing to bring up. On a spiritual level, I can see it. I think the more literal understanding here, folks, is that to do good on the Shabbat is not a violation. To love someone on Shabbat is not a transgression. I think that's really the point here Yahushua is trying to make, because he does it quite a bit. And it's almost like he's doing it in spite of themselves. It's almost like he's taunting them, saying, look, you den of adders, it's okay to love someone and to help somebody on Shabbat. It's not a violation. Okay. It's better you help them and give them relief than to leave them lay there and suffer and die, because you're going to be a hypocrite and act like you don't lift a finger on Shabbat. Okay. People are crazy. Man, there's groups out there. I'm not going to mention any names, but there's quite a few of them that go nuts. They tape the light switch on the refrigerator with tape so that when they open the refrigerator on Shabbat, the light doesn't come on because they think they're starting a fire. There's people who go around and tape all their light switches in their house so nobody can turn on a light. They do crazy stuff, man. And it's like, where does it say all this? And it's ridiculous. And I think Yahusha is what he's doing here is he's proving to them that all these things that they're adding is man-made garbage. It's tradition, and it's not part of Yahuwah's commandment. It's not what Shabbat's all about, because you're being ridiculous. And even though you're acting like you're pious and doing all these things to prevent violation of Shabbat, really and truly, you're violating Shabbat by not loving your neighbor. That's the violation here. Not untying your donkey is a violation, but not loving your neighbor is even a bigger violation. So you're a hypocrite. See what I'm saying? Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? I don't know if I just said that right or not, but go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say, in regards to the refrigerator thing, is I was a refrigerator technician. So
yeah.
I went into a lot of homes, and a lot of my customers were doing that. They were taping the door switch. It's called the door switch. So every time you open and close your refrigerator, there's a little switch on the side of the door that you can see. And when it closes, it depresses that switch, which turns off the light. But the problem is that even though you turned off the light, every time you open up that door and you allow heat to enter the refrigerator, you're going to cause the compressor to kick on, which is using electricity anyway. So there's no getting around it. You're going to be using you're going to be violating your own rule, no matter how you slice it. So,
good point. Yep, great point.
Or they can hire somebody to come in and turn the light switches on, which they do.
Okay, so verse 17. And when he said this, all his opponents were put to shame, and all the crowds rejoiced for all the splendid works being done by him on Shabbat. Okay, don't forget this is still on Shabbat. Okay, so what does it mean? And when he said this, all his opponents were put to shame. Why were they put to shame? Somebody?
I think they needed to be put to shame because they're not showing love for that person that was all bent over and suffering, and by criticizing Yahusha for healing that person. That's not showing love.
That's right. They were put to shame, but because they didn't show love for that old woman. And so they were shamefaced. Very, very good understanding here on that. I hope everybody is picking up what Yahusha's laying down here. It's extremely important. We don't want to be like the Prushim here. Okay, we don't want to be a hypocrite and point to tell people they have to do things they don't really have to do on Shabbat. But we also want to be very clear on the things that we should be concentrating on and doing on Shabbat. Okay. Any questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay, Phil. Let's move on.
Verse 17. Therefore he said, what is the reign of Elohim like? And to what shall I compare it? It is like a mustard seed, which a man took and threw into his garden, and it grew and became a large tree. And the birds of the skies nested in its branches. And again he said, to what shall I compare the reign of Yahuwah? It is like leaven, which an Asher took and hid in 3 measures of flour until it was all leavened. And he was going through the cities and villages, teaching and traveling toward Jerusalem.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, so what does that mean? What Yahusha is comes out of nowhere and says, what is the reign of Elohim like? And to what shall I compare it? And he compares it to a mustard seed, which grew, and a man planted in his garden and grew up to be a large tree. And birds of the sky nested in his branches. And then he compared the reign of Yahuwah to like leaven, which an Asher took and hid in 3 measures of flour until it was all leavened. What in the world is he saying here? Why did he come out with that? What's the point here? Don't forget the context. What would this be? Don't you find it a little bit odd that he'd start talking about what the reign of Yahuwah, comparing it to what it's like? Go ahead, Raul.
I think the mustard seed is like his creation, that he started with planting a seed in the Garden of Eden, and then it's grown into a humanity. And the leaven could be us, that we're supposed to go out and leaven the whole world so it grows into his reign.
Yeah, that I like that part of it for sure. And so it's like leaven, which an Asher took and hid in 3 measures of flour until it was all leavened. That's, growth, right? And so this is back talking about growing with the reign of Yahuwah by multiplication, by bringing in more people and growing the reign of Yahuwah. With every water immersion, we grow and become larger, and our boundaries are increased, right? And so I think he's saying basically what you, Raul, said, that it starts off small and increases over time and becomes big, something huge and powerful. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I agree completely with Brother Raul about the seed. That to me, that represents where he started it with Adam and Kua in the garden, just like Brother Raul said. And it grew and became, the family became bigger. Now, the thing that I see about the birds of the sky nested in its branches, though, those are the lost sheep. And the branches, well, we know what he called us. Ani hagafen, atah hanatsarim. We are the branches. So those birds are, to me, the fruit that are being gathered by the Natsarim. And they rest in that knowledge. They're resting in his Shabbat. They're resting in the knowledge. So I think Brother Raul is right on that. Thank you, brother.
Very good, Tad. Great spiritual insight, man. Very good. Anybody else? Phyllis?
I just love the symbolism between Ro and Tad of this tree, us being a safe harbor for anyone that needs to come and settle down and learn the truth.
Yeah. Several comments here jumping out at me. Jill says, I thought leaven was sin. It is in context, speaking of that. But in this context, he's not referring to leaven as sin. He's referring to it as growth, increasing multiplication type thing, because it expands and grows. He's using leaven as an example of growth here, not, that it's puffed up sin, men's teachings, this type of thing. So again, we got to keep in context of what the conversation is all about. Okay. So in this context, leaven is not sin, it's growth. Here's these, I liked what William said here. Speaking of the Shabbat, tree of life, as we rest in his Shabbat. It could be the reign of Yahuwah, referencing the tree of life, which is Yahuwah. And we all rest in Yahuwah, him being the tree of life. I could see that, I can see, I got that vision as well. And so I can see that being applied here. Okay. Anybody else? Any questions, comments, or thoughts? So the reign of Yahuwah expands or grows with each and every new immersion. Okay. So it's a continual growth. It doesn't stop growing. It continues to grow until the end. Okay. So that means we never stop working the harvest, because it's going to grow and grow and grow to the end. It doesn't cease to grow till the end, type deal. Okay. Nobody got any more thoughts on that? Okay, Phil.
Verse 23. And someone said to him, Master, are there a few who are being delivered? And he said to them, strive to enter through the narrow gate, because many, I say to you, shall seek to enter in and shall not be able. When once the master of the...
Hang on.
Okay.
What does that mean? Strive to enter through the narrow gate. Master, are there few who are being delivered? And he said, strive to enter through the narrow gate, because many, I say to you, shall seek to enter in and shall not be able. Okay, so first of all, what's the gate? What or who is the gate?
Yahusha is the gate.
Yahusha is the gate. Go ahead, Rahul.
I was going to say the wedding feast.
The wedding
We're all
feast.
trying to go. We're all trying to go to get to be in the wedding feast, and it's not many get to go into the wedding feast.
Okay. So the gate is Yahusha. And I say to you, many shall seek to enter in and shall not be able. Tad?
Well, in this one, Brother Phil had it right, right on again, in my opinion. But the reason they won't be able to, there's a lot of them. For one, they have Messiah, but they have the wrong name. They're calling him the wrong name. And they're praising him in the ways that he told them not to, with these pagan festivals, all sorts of things like that will allow them not to be able. They're trying to get in, but they're just, they're failing because of the men's traditions, basically.
Anybody else? So they're trying to get into the gate, whether it be the reign of Yahuwah or the wedding feast, New Jerusalem that came down from the Shemayim from Yahuwah. They're trying to get in, but many will not be able to. Now, he goes on and explains this as we read further down. And there's other examples of this throughout the scriptures as well, the Natsarim writings. So let's go ahead and read, Phil, down through 30 there, or 29, and we'll get a little clearer perspective of it, and then we'll talk about it some more. Go ahead, Phil.
Verse 25. When once the master of the house has risen up and shut the door, and you begin to stand outside and knock on the door, saying, Master, Master, open for us. And he shall answer and say to you, I do not know you. Where are you from? Then ye shall say, We ate and drank in your presence, and you taught in our streets. But he shall say, I say to you, I do not know you. Where you are from, depart from me, all you workers of injustice. Then there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth when you see Abraham and Yashwik and Jacob and all the prophets in the reign of Yahuwah, and yourselves thrown outside. You want me to stop?
No, keep going.
Okay. And they shall come from the east and the west, and from the north and from the south, and sit down in the reign of Yahuwah. And see, there are last who shall be first, and there'll be first who shall be last.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so here we get a whole lot a bigger perspective of what's going on here. And it seems to be that they strive to enter through the narrow gate, because many, I say to you, shall seek to enter, and they shall not be able to. And because once the master of the house has risen up, Yahuwah has stood up off of his throne and shut the door has been shut. And you begin to stand outside and knock at the door. You open up for us, he shall answer and say, I did not know you, where you are from. And you shall begin to say, we ate and drank in your presence, and you taught in our streets. So he seems to be addressing this directly at those of this generation. Okay, this generation, he was pretty hard on this generation, because they got to see the sacrifice of the Lamb of Yahuwah firsthand. So they didn't have to believe, because they got to see it. And so since they got to see it and they still didn't believe, he was really kind of mad about that. Very hard on this generation. So it seems to be he's directing this directly at this first century generation here. And he says, I do not know you, where you're from. Depart from me, all you workers of injustice. And weeping and gnashing of the teeth are going to be thrown in Gehenna. And this is what blows me away. It says, when you see Abraham and Yitzchak and Jacob and all the prophets in the reign of Yahuwah, so they're going to be there. If anybody ever questioned that, they're telling you that they're going to be there. I know a lot of people's question that, are they going to be there because it was before the sacrifice of the lamb? Their answers your question. They're going to be there, and yourselves thrown outside, not allowed in. And they're going to come from all different directions and sit down in the reign of Yahuwah. So the gate, entering through the gate, is you're entering into the reign of Yahuwah, where there will be a wedding feast held. And see there, and those who are last shall be first, and those who are first shall be last. And what does that mean? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, do you think he's pouring out more of his spirit on us because we couldn't see these things in these days? just a thought that came to me when you were talking about that they saw all this and still didn't believe. And I know they had to be drawn by him in more of an intimate way through the Ruach Hadesh anyway, but I just wondered, just a thought on my mind.
Yeah, you know, there's scriptures that says, you know, you believe, Thomas, because you have seen. Blessed are those who have not seen and believe, right? And so this would be, I think, what he's speaking about here. And so, like I said, that generation got to see the Yahusha sacrifice himself for the sins of the world, right? We don't. Everybody after that doesn't get to see that. And so since we don't get to see it with our own eyes and witness it with our own eyes, we have to believe that it happened. We didn't get to witness it. And so we believe because we believe in the promises and the power of the blood of Yahusha and the promises of Yahuwah. And so we believe, but we did not get to see it. We only believe it because we believe in Yahuwah and what he said will come true, right? And so we're blessed because we believe and didn't get to see the sacrifice as this generation here did. You know, so they weren't asked to believe something unseen. They were supposed to believe because they saw it, but they did not. Even though they witnessed it with their own eyes, they didn't believe it. But we believe, our belief is based on something unseen. See that? Big difference. Who's got their hand up here? Somebody did. I'm not sure who we lost. Somebody dropped out. Oh, Levi. No?
I think it was Raul and Yami.
Oh, Raul and Yami. Okay. There you go, Raul. Come on back. All right. Ike.
Sure.
Okay. When they were with him, they were seeing him, but we have the Ruach and we see him. Otherwise, the parables wouldn't make sense if we didn't have the Ruach. So we do see him. I know, forget it.
We weren't firsthand witnesses of this. We believe something we don't see. It's unseen. Now, yeah, what you're talking about there, maybe mixing up in here a little bit, is that when you look into a mirror, dimly, you see Yahusha in you.
By the Ruach. Because what I'm understanding is, even though he was there, they didn't have the Ruach, but they had him, the living water, the word. So I'm just trying to say that we're not, yeah, that's right. We're not blind. That's it. Okay.
I guess I'm not quite understanding your point, Sharon. Maybe you can say it in a different way. Can you say it different, a little different?
You me say it?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
I think she's trying to say is they were physically able to see. We're not physically able to see, but we have the Ruach that confirms to us. Yeah.
Well, first of all, you have to believe before you can receive the Ruach.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you don't just get the Ruach and without believing in the power of the blood of the Lamb.
Right.
That's what cleans you up. That's
Yes.
what allows you into the everlasting covenant. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's, having the Ruach is evidence that you're being delivered. Okay. It's not, your obedience is the proof that you believe.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I get what you're saying now, but I think it's just a little bit out, off where it should be.
Okay.
But I mean, you're there, but we got to put, you got to realize there's a difference between the first generation that were able to witness his sacrifice firsthand and everybody after that didn't get to see it, but they have to believe in something they didn't see, and that's what Yahushua was talking about with Thomas. You're blessed because you saw it. You believe because you saw it. Okay, you witnessed this, but blessed are those who did not see it and believe. See what I mean? That's what we're talking about here. Okay, go ahead, Phil.
Well, I think I've had the Ruach my whole life. Maybe not to the intensity of being immersed, but so I think he gives the Ruach to whomever he wants to give it to at any time, because he's the master. And we've talked about this before, where some people have to go through hardship and tribulation to be woken up out of a slumber, where others just are given it freely. So that's why we don't look at each other and compare and say, well, why has this been done to me? That's a personal thing between you and Yahusha and Yahuwah and no one else. And we start looking at other people, then we start comparing and get into that human part of this thing where we're questioning everything. And I think that's part of that. What she's talking about is spiritual eyes. I know. And also I think others see it too. They see it somehow. They see it through us, not just by what we do, but just how we are. They know there's something different. They may not be able to say it, but they know, because so many times I am removed from a situation, and not from my own removal, just for the simple fact that people don't include you in their foolishness. You are protected by not enemies, but enemies of the spirit, because they will not include you in there, or they will not do things when you're around for that very same reason. So I get what you're saying, for sure.
Thank you, Phil. And that is so right on. Thank you. And also that we hear better than we see, because we weren't there, but we still hear it. And to me, to hear what he went through, I get to tears. Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Phil.
Well, and I think Mark is trying to keep us in that context as an instructor, and I get that. I'm just going off that of what you're trying to say, because I think I feel the same way. It's has nothing to do with me. It has all to do with him. And I am not in charge of my Ruach, obviously, because if I was, I wouldn't even be on this broadcast today. So therefore, it's just a completely different thing. And I think others that don't have it are jealous big time of us. And like when they said that mean thing to Phyllis, because that's what it was, they just lack understanding. And so the coping skill for that is to belittle or to accuse, all coming out of the spirit of temporal type thinking, because they're panically, they know something's wrong, but they're in a club and they don't want to step outside that club, because that means all the friends have to change, all their lifestyle has to change, and it's comfortable being accepted by everyone and going through a routine. So I think that's part of it. So I don't want to keep going back to what Phyllis said, but that's a very important point. They know not what they do. They have no idea what to do, so they lash out. And it's just a test for Phyllis. And of course, she passed the test with flying colors because she responds with love. So that's how you do it. And that's the test. And once again, Hashatan has lost his fight.
Go ahead, Raul.
I think that a very important word in this is in verse 24, where he says strive. Like he's telling us to do everything and keep all his commands and do everything to get through that gate, because it'll be worthwhile. And he's saying strive, fight for it, And the other part was, I think he was talking directly to the Prushim and to the Pharisee, because they thought they were going to be at the front of the line with all their they may not even get in at all. The hardships that they caused.
I mean, it could be. It doesn't really say. in verse 23, it says, and someone asked him, Master, are there few who are being delivered? And so it doesn't really say who the someone was. It could have been a Pharisee, could have been just a normal person. We don't really know. So it would be speculation on our part. But it could be, Raul, you know. But I think this speaks to everyone more than it does just a single group here, because there's a crowd here as well. It's a congregation. Don't forget here, he's in a congregation and it's Shabbat. That hasn't stopped yet. It's, you know, it's still Shabbat. He's still speaking into a congregation here. Okay. And the ruler of the congregation responded. He was mad about him healing on the Shabbat. Okay. And that hasn't changed yet. That's still the scenario. Okay. So got to keep that in mind. It's still Shabbat here. Okay. Still the same scenario going on. So I don't know who he was speaking here to, but I think the message is for everyone there. You know, what is he says here? We ate and we drank in your presence, and you taught in our streets. But he shall say, I say to you, I do not know you. Why? If they ate with him and drank with him in his presence, and he taught them in their streets, why is it he doesn't know them? Why is he saying that? Go ahead, Joshua.
Lack of obedience.
Yeah. Phyllis?
Well, he called them workers of injustice. Therefore, if they don't keep his commandments, he doesn't know them. They're not his.
Yeah. What's the keeping the commandments do? What does it represent? What is it proof of? Raul?
It sets us apart from everyone else.
Ted?
It's proof of your obedience.
Well, it is obedience. But so what's it proof of?
Love for the Creator.
Love for the Creator and belief in Yahushua's blood, right? And so it's if you truly believe in the Creator, in Yahuwah, if it's not lip surface and you truly believe in him, then you're going to obey him out of love and out of fear. And so you obey him. Okay. If you don't obey him, that's proof of the opposite. That proves that you don't really believe in him. You're lying because you have no love or fear for him because you're being disobedient. So you're not scared to be disobedient and be lawless. It doesn't scare you at all because you truly inside do not really believe. So it's proof either way, whether you truly believe or you don't believe, you're just giving it lip service in order to fulfill your own agenda, whatever that may be. Everybody seeing that? Go ahead, Ted.
Just like I've heard you say many times before, Brother Mark, belief is an action word. And it takes that action to prove. You know, you have to do the works. And that's why it says, be doers of the word, not just hearers.
Correct. Absolutely. Go ahead, Kate.
Well, learning the 10 commandments and abiding by them and making them a way of life teaches you how to love. The first ones are for how to love Yahuwah, and the rest of them are how to love your neighbor. And when you learn that and live that, then you're living proof that you are set apart.
Correct. Okay, so if we obey the love commands, 10 commandments, and we teach them to others, are we trying to earn our way into the reign of Yahuwah? Is this legalism? We're trying to earn our way into the reign? Is it? Why not? Go ahead, Ted.
Because we were commanded to teach the nations these things. Everything that we have been taught, we were commanded to do that. That's why it's not legalism. That's why it's, exactly what he told us to do. It's our commission.
Okay, so is our belief or our obedience, a way of achieving deliverance? Can we obtain deliverance through our obedience? Is that a way of gaining deliverance by being obedient to Torah? Phyllis?
Our obedience is because of our love, and our love is our belief.
Yeah. And so our obedience to Torah is not a means for gaining deliverance. We're not trying to work our way into the reign of Yahuwah. Okay? Our obedience is a willing and grateful response to deliverance already given to us, that we've already received from before the foundations of the earth. Scripture says that if your name is in the Lamb's book of life before the foundations of the earth was put in there, okay, you've already been chosen to be delivered and to have eternal life before he created anything. So our obedience is in response of that love by our attitude and our grateful response to deliverance already given to us. And since we believe in him, and it proves that we love him and we fear him, and so we're obedient to him as a willing and grateful response to our deliverance already given to us. And so the bottom line is we're obeying not to gain or work or earn salvation or deliverance, but we're obeying out of love and fear of Yahuwah, and for respect and love of his word and his commands, and respect and honoring our marriage vows to our husband. Because if we don't obey and we disrespect our commands, our marriage vows, which is what the 10 Debarim are, then we turn into whores. And we go whoring around on our husband, and he's going to divorce us and cause a separation, all right, between life and death. And you're going to go into Gehenna. He's I'm not taking a filthy bride, a whore, as my bride into the eternal reign. Okay, be true to me. Be honest, be true, be loyal to me, and I'll take you into the eternal reign with me. But if you're going to go out and whoring with other GODs, committing adultery, and living filthy lifestyle, running around on me, I'm on divorce. I ain't taking you. I am not taking you into the eternal reign. So we're not trying to earn our salvation, as people try to accuse us of, because we're obedient. We're being obedient out of love for our husband. We're obeying the marriage vows just like any person would. That's even in our little world. When you're married, you're going to go out and commit whoring on your wife or your husband. Guess what's going to happen to you? You're going to experience separation. and you're going to lose that person. They're going to be lost. Go ahead, Joshua.
I'm just going to say, just going beyond just doing these things out of fear and love for Yahuwah, it also just makes you feel like a better person. You know, you have a better life. It's a better quality of life when you are obedient, in my opinion, you know, but, you know, you get more out of life that way. So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No matter how you slice the pie, you're still living a good life. You're still having a high quality life by being obedient, you know, no matter how you slice the pie. That's true, Joshua. It's a much higher level, the quality of life. You know, it should give you more, give your life more meaning and you know, more inspiration, really, just in order to enjoy life and appreciate life. Whereas if you're being disobedient and wicked, man, you got a lot of stuff going on in your life, a lot of negativity, a lot of things going on, a lot of drama, you know, just jail, going into jail. Huh?
Or material attachments or whatever
Right.
you're trying to, you know, make up for it, you know, in life.
Right. Okay. And so that should tell us something, you know, just when we think about it that way. Yeah. And to me, it also proves the creator is even stronger proof there's a creator, because when you behave like him and you're living righteously like him, you can see that life has a different perspective and it's much more enjoyable. When you're going against him, people have a tendency of worshiping death and hating life and even committing suicide, things like this. You know, it becomes a different perspective, which to me is more proof of a creator, you know, of a righteous creator. Because when you act like him, life's more enjoyable, more pleasant. Sharon, did you have your hand up a minute ago?
Yeah, there was a spot in here where he was saying, I think it's verse 25. He comes down here and he says, I do not know where you are from. Well, that's because there was no repentance in these people. I mean, in this. So the door was shut. That's Yahusha, the gate, you know, the gate. He's the gate, and there's no repentance. So there's no understanding of the instructions of the Torah and following it. It almost reminds me of the virgins, but
yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. Yeah, it corresponds to that for sure. I mean, also we can see the wedding feast in Matthew 22 here as well. You know, and if we go to say Matthew 7. Matthew 7:21 and 23. It says, not everyone who says to me, Master, Master, shall enter into the reign of the Shemayim, but he who is doing the desire of my Father in the Shemayim. And many shall say to me in that Yom, Master, Master, have we not prophesied in your name, and cast out demons in your name, and done many mighty works in your name? And then I shall declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who work lawlessness. So that's even more prominent than we just read over here in Luke. And so what comes to mind here is if they were prophesying in his name, they were casting out demons in his name, then they must have been using the correct name, because the demons were obeying their voice. And not only that, it sounds like they had the Ruach, because the demons is not going to respond to somebody who doesn't have the Ruach. They're just going to jump on them and tear them to pieces, like they did those sons of the high priest. And done many mighty works in your name. So signs and works and wonders in Scripture is just another way of saying miracles. And done many mighty miracles in your name. It's never the man doing it, so it was the Ruach doing it. So it kind of mind stunning here that they were prophesying, which is a gift of the Ruach. They were casting out demons, which only Yahuwah the Ruach can do in the man. Never the man can't do anything on their own. And they were doing miracles in his name, which means the Ruach had to be performing miracles because man can't perform a miracle on his own. So this makes your mind stunned. It's kind of stuns you and leaves you staggering because you're going, what? Why then does he not know these people? And then I shall declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who work lawlessness. So what can we apply to this that's denying these people entrance through the gate? What is happening here? To someone who knows his name, someone who's taken out demons in his name, prophesying his name, and making miracles in his name, cannot go through the gate into the reign of Yahuwah? What is stopping them at this point? Tad?
I believe they failed the love test.
They failed the love test. And since they failed the love test, do you suppose that they collected any fruit? No. They didn't love anybody, didn't care about anybody to work the harvest and collect fruit either, did they? Because they didn't love their neighbor. They failed that love test. Is everybody seeing this? Go ahead, Tad.
I just have to admit that it was because of Brother Lou's little mark here, without Torah. It says, you who work lawlessness. Well, it says without Torah. Well, that's what the Torah does, is it teaches us how to love. So he gave me a hint right there.
Yeah.
Brother Lou gave me a hint.
Well, that's great insight, Tad, on your part as well. Like I say, Brother Lou, he gives us a lot of hints like that, but it still isn't a ticket for us to be lazy, okay? We still have to do our own research. We still have to read. We still need to pray on our own, and which is we can get a fuller understanding of what's being said here. Okay. And so with that little bit of a hint, it rustled up some memories in your mind, and you were able to understand that these people must have flunked the love test because they had everything else and they gathered no fruit. All of us, okay, that are in the body of Yahushua right now and have the Ruach, if we're lazy servants, unworthy servants, and we don't collect fruit and we don't love our neighbor, what's going to happen to us? Tad?
Well, the axe is already at the root. He's going to chop us down and throw us into the fire.
That's right. The axe is already laid at the root, people. Don't be caught being a lazy servant. Don't think, oh, I got it made now. I know the true name. I can prophesy. I got the gift of the Ruach. I can prophesy. I got it made. And then you discard your loving your neighbor. Because guess what? It's the second greatest command. And it's a love command. The first and second commands, the greatest commands, all the prophets, all the Torah and prophets hang on them. It's the completion of the Torah. You cannot overlook it. You must love your neighbor. You have to. You have to produce fruit. Go, Ted.
Well, as Brother Raul pointed out, that word strive in 24, to enter that narrow gate, you can also take that as endure. He says to endure to the end, which means you can't just rest on your laurels. Like you were saying, you must keep, because you can go backwards. You can lose your salvation. So we must run the race to win the race, as if we're going to win the race. Don't run it just to run it, but run it to win it.
That's right. Okay, so we have to endure by loving others enough to try to help them or find the lost sheep so that they don't perish, and so increase in the reign of Yahweh. Everybody go to Luke 17. Luke 17, 5 through 10. And the emissary said to the master, give us more belief. And the master said, if you have belief as a mustard seed, you would say to this mulberry tree, be pulled up by the roots and be planted in the sea, and it would obey you. But who of you, having a servant plowing or shepherding, would say to him when he has come in from the field, come immediately and sit down to eat? But would he not rather say to him, prepare somewhat for my supper and gird yourself and serve me while I sit and drink, and afterward you shall eat and drink? Would he thank that servant because he did what he was commanded? I think not. So also you, when you have done all that you were commanded, like those people did, that did everything in his name, say, we are unworthy servants. We have done what was our duty to do. No more, no less. They remained idle and only did what they thought they had to do to get in. They had no love and no concern for others. They did not collect fruit. So he says, you're an unworthy servant. And you know what happens to unworthy servants? They get thrown into the outer darkness. They get tied up, bound hand and foot, and they get thrown into the outer darkness, where there will be gnashing, weeping and gnashing of the teeth. You see that? So those people failed miserably the love test and didn't collect any fruit because they didn't care about anybody else but themselves. They put themselves first, and they thought they had it made, because they did everything they were commanded to do. And yet Yahushua said, oh no, you're unworthy servant, okay? Because you only did the things that you thought was your duty to do. You had no love, or you didn't care about anybody else, just yourself. See that? This is what's happening here, folks. So you can't stay idle, okay? You have to continue to worry about other people, care about other people, love other people, and go way beyond yourself. Put other people ahead of yourself. Worry about them. Care about them even over yourself. And when you do that, you'll be led into the gate, because that's the higher calling. You must love others more than yourself to achieve the higher calling. You can get in by loving others as yourself, but to hit the higher calling, you have to put others in front of yourself. You have to get at the end of the line, and you have to love others more than you even love yourself. Moshe did it. Yahusha said, I'm going to destroy them all. They're unworthy. I'm going to wipe Israel out, and I'm going to start over with you, Moshe. What Moshe say? Yahuwah, kill me. Don't kill them. Let them live and kill me. Think about that. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on this? Very powerful realization. Okay, Phil, let's move on.
Verse 31. And on the same yom there came a certain Persian, saying to him, Get out and go from here, for Herod wishes to kill you. And he said to them, Go, say to that fox, See, I cast out demons and perform healings today and tomorrow, and the third yom I shall be perfected. But I have to journey today and tomorrow and the yom following, because it is not fitting for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to her. How often I wish to gather your children together, the way the hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not. See, your house is left to you laid waste. And truly I say to you, you shall by no means see me until the time comes when you say, Baruch haba Bashem Yahuwah.
All right, Phil, thank you. Okay, so first of all, you go down to verse 31, and it says, on the same yom there came a certain Persian. So what this is telling us, it's still Shabbat. All this has been in context on Shabbat, okay? Where we go up here to back to verse 10, and he was teaching in one of the congregations on Shabbat. All this happened on the same day. It even says on the same yom there came to be a certain Persian. It's still Shabbat. All this is happening on the Shabbat. This has not changed yet. Everybody seeing that? Same day, man. So on the same Shabbat here, these people come up and say, you better get out of here. Herod wishes to kill you. And he says, go say to that fox, see, I cast out demons, perform healings today and tomorrow, on Shabbat and the next day. And the third yom I shall be perfected. But I have to journey today and tomorrow, journey on Shabbat, and tomorrow on the next day, on the first day, and the yom following, which will be the second day, because it is not fitting for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem. What is Yahusha talking about here? What is he saying? Phyllis?
He has to get to Jerusalem.
So is she telling Harold, telling these people, and sending a message to Harold that you ain't going to kill me. I got things to do, right? He's not worried about Harold wishing to kill him. He's got a mission. He's on a mission. He's got things to do. And he's saying he's doing it on Shabbat. He's doing it on the first day. And he's doing it on the second day. And then amazingly, he says, in the third yom, I shall be perfected. So what's he referring to here? Tad?
I think he's referring to his resurrection on that third yom, and that he will enter the set apart place in the Shamayim and be before the Father on that third Yom, and like he says, be perfected, have this immortal body.
Okay, so why does he say, I cast out demons, perform healings today and tomorrow, which would be the Shabbat and the first day, and the third Yom I shall be perfected. And so what's he talking about here? He's going to perform miracles today and tomorrow. It still has to be in reference to his death and resurrection, right? What's he talking about? What's the spiritual message that he's sending to Harold that's probably going well over Harold's head? I'm sure he's not understanding this. What does that mean? Perform healings today and tomorrow. Go ahead, Ted.
I think he's telling Herod, hey, look, I'm the Almighty. You know, this will all happen when I deem that it will happen. You're not killing me. I am sacrificing myself. I can.
There you go. That's it. You're on track. And so he's telling him, you know, he's going to die, but it ain't Harold that's going to kill him. Okay. And on the first day, today and tomorrow, he's going to be healing. And he was healing people on the Shabbat and on the next day, right? But spiritually, who's he healing when he dies? Who's he healing? He's dying to heal the world of the disease called sin. He's going to be healing because of his death and the shedding of his blood. He's healing the world. See? And this is what he's telling Harold. I'm going to continue to heal because of my death. The world will be healed. Go ahead, Raul. Raul, did you have your hand up? Somebody did.
Well, that
He
he
froze.
was going to heal all of us with his blood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's going to heal all of us with his blood. That's what he's telling. It's amazing, isn't it? How Yahusha came back and told him this amazing thing. Go ahead, Ike.
Could it also be when he says, I'm going to be healing today and tomorrow? Could it also refer to him that it would be 2 more days before his second coming?
It could have some, I see that. I could see where that's spiritual insight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. Not clearly, but I can see it.
Yeah, it's like 2,000 more years to give people time to come to him or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Third Yom I will be perfected. That would be on the millennium reign.
Yeah.
These rules. I can see it. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Anybody else? Any questions, comments, thoughts? Dad?
Yeah, that was great insight, brother. I didn't see it that way until you pointed that out. Thank you, Yahusha, for speaking that through you.
Okay, so what? Go ahead, Ike.
Just a statement. It is truly powerful to really love and to know Yahuwah. I mean, it is just a way of life. I mean, it's just overwhelming me now as we're going through it. So I just had to say that. So thank you.
Verse 35. See, your house is left to you laid waste. And truly I say to you, you shall by no means see me until the time comes when you say, blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah. What's that mean? We all say it all the time, but what does that mean? Sharon?
He's revealing himself and telling you he's Yahuwah. Because Yahusha's saying it. He's telling you who he is and the Father. Yahuwah.
Right. So, blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah. Who is that? Who is he? Raul?
Yahusha.
Yahusha.
Could
So
he be
revealing to?
Could he be
Go ahead.
referring literally when he's coming into Jerusalem and they're laying the palms down and they're saying Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah?
I think they were saying Hushanu. I don't think they weren't saying Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. They were saying Hushanu.
Okay, I stand corrected.
They
ahead.
were also saying his name because he was told to correct them.
It was what?
They were also shouting his name. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they were also shouting his name, and the Prussian told Yahusha to correct his students.
Yeah. Let's get a look at that. Where is that in Scripture? Where is that? I think probably Matthew. Let's see, Matthew 21:5. Somebody find that. 21:5.
21:9. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. 21:9.
Okay. So, and the Talmudim went and having done as Yahusha ordered them, they brought the donkey and the colt and laid their garments on them, and he sat on them. And most of the throng spread their garments on the way, while others cut down branches from the trees and spread them on the way. And the throngs who went before and those who followed cried out, saying, Hushanu to the son of Daud. Blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah. Hushanu in the highest. And as he entered into Jerusalem, all the city was stirred, saying, Who's this? And the throng said, This is Yahusha, the prophet from Nazareth of Galilee. So, yeah,
that's what I was referring to for. Sorry.
Yeah, they were saying both. And so, Hushanu means deliver us. Okay. Deliver us. Deliver us in the highest. And so, yeah, you're right, Raul. He was saying both. Go ahead, Tad.
I think he was telling them about his second coming here in chapter 35, or in verse 35 of Luke 13. The people that say once he comes on the day of Yahuwah, they're going to say, see, this is our Yahuwah. This is who we've waited for. See, he's here. So blessed is he coming in the name of Yahuwah. I think that's what he's referring to here, is that second coming.
Was in the how do you call it, on the Aret. I know that that's what they meant for the second. He was prophesizing his second coming.
Anybody else got any questions, comments, or thoughts on this? Yeah, so obviously he is referring to his second coming here, because he says, "You will not see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of Yahuwah." Okay, so they were saying it, like Raul pointed out, but he's saying, "You're not going to see me again until you say the same thing that they were saying before," which means there must have been a lapse of time in between his entry into Jerusalem and his second coming, where people wouldn't be using his name. All right. Then all of a sudden, at the awakening, when they start using his name again, and then start referring to him as being blessed, and is at his second coming back in the name of Yahusha, is when he's going to come back, when they start using his name again, basically, is what I'm saying. Everybody agree to that? And so is that happening right now? Are people saying Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah right now? So we must be getting closer and closer to his second coming then. Right? According to what he's saying.
Around 2008 is when it...
People start saying it.
Yeah.
People are saying it a lot more now. I mean, there's even songs. I'm hearing songs on the internet. There's the lyrics are saying Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. The lyrics of their songs they're singing. Go ahead, Sharon.
Even my 5-year-old granddaughter says it. She said, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. And it's just a blessing to hear her do that. And she's even written his name and Yahusha's name on the rock, Yahuwah's name and Yahusha's name on a rock as best as she could. It's just such a blessing to see.
So how many here thinks that that it's getting close to his second coming, since we're hearing this quite a bit? Do you think it's a sign of that? Yeah, everybody? Okay, so Yahusha is the one that is coming in the name of Yahuwah. So obviously, I think this is referring to that people are going to recognize that Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated. Correct? So when he got the Son, we know that his name is Yahusha, right? Because it tells us in Matthew 1:21 that a son's going to be born, and you're going to and his name will be Yahusha, right? So we know the Son's name is Yahusha. And then in John 5:43, Yahusha tells us that he came in his Father's name. And so since everybody was calling him Yahusha, then the Father's name must be Yahusha. But she says, I came in my Father's name. And then in John 14:25, Yahusha reveals to us that the Ruach HaKodesh's name is Yahusha. He says, I will send the Paracleta in my name. And therefore, then, the Ruach HaKodesh's name must be Yahusha. All other names is Yahusha. 2 Corinthians 3:17 tells us that Yahuwah is the Ruach. And John 14:18 tells us that Yahusha is the Ruach. So therefore, all three roles is being played by Yahusha. Does Yahusha take away from the name Yahuwah? Is it still Yahuwah? So what's the Shah at the end of the name mean? Tad?
Deliverance.
Deliverance. So does that mean that the Father, the Son, and the Ruach HaKodesh is all the deliverer? Yeah, because he's only one. There's no other deliverer, only Yahuwah. See that? So it's being as a suffix on the name, on his name, doesn't change his name. It's not a different name. So if we say Yah, that would be his diminutive name. If we say Yahu, that would be like a medium type name. And then the Yahuwah would be his extended name. Similar to Dave, Davy, and David. It's still all the same name. It doesn't change the name of that person. It's whether you call him Dave, Davy, or David, it's still his name. The Shah is just like adding something to your name. So it would be like David, MD, meaning he's a doctor, or David, DVM, meaning he's a vet, right? Or David Senior, meaning he's the head of the household, right? It doesn't mean change the name. It just tells you what he's doing, what he's capable of, what's attached to that name, which would be deliverer, right? Everybody seeing that? The name of Yahusha does not change the name of Yahuwah. It's still the same name. Is everybody seeing that clearly? Okay. Because a lot of people think it's two separate names, and that confuses them in thinking that the Father and the Son are two separate deities or two separate individuals, beings. No. The name of the Son is Yahusha. The name of the Father is Yahuwah. They're not the same. No, it's the same name. He comes in the name of the Father. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, like you said, it's the same exact name except with that suffix. So with that suffix added, it simply means I am Yahuwah, your deliverer. It's the same name, same exact name.
Yep, it's the same exact name. Okay, anybody got any further questions, comments, thoughts on chapter 13 of Luke? Then let's move into 14. Who wants to read it? Tad, go ahead.
And it came to be, as he went into the house of one of the rulers of the Prussian to eat bread on the Shabbat.
Okay, stop.
They were,
is this the same Shabbat or a different Shabbat at this point? Everything here happened in 13 was on the same day, the same Shabbat. And now, is this a different Shabbat? To eat bread on the Shabbat. It's a different Shabbat. It's the following Shabbat, more than likely. Okay, it's not the same day anymore. Go ahead, Ted.
Okay. Picking up that they were watching him closely, and see, there was a certain man before him suffering from dropsy.
Hang on. What's dropsy mean? Anybody?
It's a where, like a stroke, you lose your facial features on like one side, or your face. No? Okay.
No, that's not it. This is something we do see today, though. This is still a disease we see today. It's swelling with water. People swell up like a balloon, man, in their water. The body has lots of excess water. And it can kill you. Swollen with water. Although they're swollen with water, they still thirst. they still want to just drink, 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 and drink. It's got crazy. And then they just swell up even more. As a matter of fact, I had an uncle with this problem. And he almost died of it, pretty bad. Had to drain all that water out of him. Okay. So anyway, go ahead.
And Yahusha responding spoke to those learned in the Torah and the Prushim, saying, "Is it right to heal on the Shabbat?" But they were silent. So taking hold of him, he healed him and let him go. And to them he said, "Which of you, having a donkey or an ox that has fallen into a pit, shall not immediately pull him out on the Yom Shabbat?" And they were unable to answer him regarding these things.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here you can see now that this is a different Shabbat. Okay, because he's telling them basically the same thing as he told that last group, so he's not repeating himself here. So obviously it's a different Shabbat. Is it right to heal on the Shabbat? So here we go again. Same lesson for another congregation, another group. And again, he's healing on the Shabbat here. Shall not immediately, if an ox falls into a pit, you immediately pull him out on the Shabbat with no regards to it being the Shabbat. You're going to pull out your property, right, and save it. So you forget all about those little add-ons or traditions of men when it comes to what belongs to you. You're forgetting all about that Shabbat business, and you're pulling that animal out so that you don't lose the animal. And anyway, so he asked them who would not do that, and they were unable to answer him regarding these things. Why? Why couldn't they answer? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Because they would have trapped themselves.
Right. Yeah, they would have shot themselves in their own foot, huh? Because they've been telling everybody that you're not allowed to lift your finger on Shabbat. You stay in bed and sleep and don't come out of your house. And so they had people terrified, that they were violating Shabbat if they lifted their finger, basically, and so they couldn't answer him because they would be making themselves look like idiots if they did. Because there's really only one answer to that, and of course they would. So we see the same scenario here on another Shabbat, another healing. Any questions on that? We kind of covered that pretty well on the last chapter. Let's go ahead, Ted.
Okay. And he spoke a parable to those who were invited, when he noted how they chose the best places, saying to them, "When you are invited by anyone to a wedding feast, do not sit down in the best place, lest one more distinguished than you be invited by him. And he who invited you and him come and say to you, 'Give this one place.' And then you begin with shame to take the last place. Rather, when you are invited, go and sit down in the last place, so that when he who invited you comes, he shall say to you, 'Friend, come up higher.' Then you shall have esteem in the presence of those who sit at the table with you. For everyone who is exalting himself shall be humbled, and he who is humbling himself shall be exalted."
Okay, hang on. So what's the point here Yahusha's making? Go ahead, Raul.
I might be way off. Even at that wedding feast.
I'm sorry, you broke up. I couldn't hear anything.
Okay. I said that I might be way off but could he be talking about his wedding feast? That even if you make it into the wedding feast, humble yourself even at that wedding feast.
Yeah. Yeah, he can be referring to the wedding feast. Yeah.
So you don't go in
everyone-
and take the best seat. You take the worst seat, and if anything, they'll move you up to the better seat.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of like him who's first will be last, and who's last will be first type deal, right? It's all pointing back to being humble, walking in humility with Yahushua, with Yahuwah, you know, and giving the better seat to somebody else, you know, because you love them more than you love yourself, you know, and you're not being ego or puffed up or a narcissist type person. You're being a humble person. How embarrassing would it be to go sit up there and then Yahusha comes up to you and says, give him your seat. You go to the back. I mean, wouldn't you be embarrassed? You know? So, yeah. But how would you feel if you were sitting in the back and he come up and say, come on up front with me and sit by me?
Joyful.
Yeah. It'd be very joyful, wouldn't it? Yeah, so everyone exalting himself shall be humbled, and he who is humbling himself shall be exalted. That's a pretty decent something we should really keep in mind, you know. To me, it's huge. We can go to look at Matthew 20 one time before we get off of this. Matthew 20. By the time we get done with Luke, we're going to know everything about Matthew. Okay, 20. Down to 28. Then the mother of the sons of Zebediah came to him with her sons, bowing down and making a request of him, of Yahusha. And he said to her, what do you wish? So these are the sons of Thunder's mother. What do you wish? And she said to him, order that these two sons of mine might sit, one on your right hand and the other on your left in your reign. But Yahusha answering said, you do not know what you ask. Are you able to drink the cup that I am about to drink, and to be immersed with the immersion that I'm immersed with? And they said to him, we are able. And he said to them, you shall indeed drink my cup, and you shall be immersed with the immersion that I am immersed with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give, but it is for those for whom it has been prepared by my Father. And when the 10 of them heard it, they were displeased at the two brothers. But Yahusha called them near and said, you know that the rulers of the nations are masters over them, and those who are great exert authority over them. But it shall not be so among you. But whoever wishes to become great among you, let him be your servant. And whoever wishes to be first among you, let him be your servant. Even as the Son of Adam did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. Wow. So, do you think the sons of thunder will be sitting at his left hand and his right hand on the wedding feast? Where do you think they're going to be seated? What would you guess? Where are they going to be seated? Raul?
All the way at the other end of the room.
Yeah, we might see them at the other end of the table. Tad?
I think, well, it could be what Brother Raul said, but I think it'll be up to Yahuwah where they're seated by whatever they do with the rest of their lives. However they serve him, that's where he'll seat them. So it could be at the back, it could be more towards the front, but I doubt left and right.
That's true. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments on this? Walking in humility with Yahuwah. We've talked about that quite a bit. No? Okay, Ted, let's continue on then.
Okay, picking up at verse 12, I believe. And he also said to him who invited him, when you give a dinner or a supper, do not ask your friends, nor your brothers, nor your relatives, nor your rich neighbors, lest they also invite you back and you be repaid. But when you give a feast, invite poor ones, crippled ones, lame ones, blind ones, and you shall be blessed, because they do not have means to repay you. For you shall be repaid at the resurrection of the just.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, just go on. Go on. I'll reserve for the later. Go ahead. Read that whole thing.
And when one of those who sat at the table with him heard this, he said to him, blessed is he who eats bread in the reign of Yahuwah. But he said to him, a certain man gave a great supper and invited many. And he sent his servant at supper time to say to those who were invited, come, for all is now ready. But one by one they all began making excuses. The first said to him, I have bought a field and I need to go and see it. I ask you to have me excused. And another said, I have bought 5 yoke of oxen and I am going to try them out. I ask you to have me excused. And another said, I have married an Asha, and because of this I am unable to come. And that servant came and reported this to his master. Then the master of the house, being angry, said this to his servant, hurry out into the streets and lanes of the city, and bring in here the poor and the crippled and lame and blind. And the servant said, Master, it is done as you commanded, and still there is room. And the master said to the servant, go out into the street corners and hedges, compel them to come in, so that my house is filled. For I say to you that none of those men who were invited shall taste my supper.
Okay, stop now. Okay, so here we see that people are going to fall away, and they're going to look to the world, to the pleasures of the world and the things going on in their life, and ignore the invitation to the wedding feast. And so Yahuwah is not going to sit back idly and pardon them for their missing the wedding feast. He's going to replace them. He's not going to give them a free pass and say, okay, fine, go do that, and I'll reserve your spot. I'm going to put a piece of paper on the table with your name on it and reserve your place while you go do what you want to do. He said that I say to you that none of those men who were invited shall taste my supper. He's just going to totally throw you out. You're not going to be able to come no matter what. So amazingly here, we see that they invited the crippled, the poor, the lame, the blind, all the what people would look at as undesirables or lesser. And so he goes and he scrapes the bottom of the barrel, brings all these people in, and the servant said, it's done as you command, and there's still room. And he's not satisfied with that. He wants him to go out to the street corners and compel others to come in so that the wedding feast, the hall, is totally jam-packed and full. Nothing, no room at all. He wants every little inch of that space filled with people. Remember, that's what we were talking about before. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, I was just gonna. It reminds me of when he said this whole thing reminds me of when he said, "Many are called, but few are chosen." It's the same. He's just saying it a little longer in a little longer way here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see what you're saying there. But what jumping out at me, man, is that he called, they brought a lot in, and he said, that's not good enough. Go get more. Fill this wedding feast up to where there's no more room for anybody, because those people who I invited and called, okay, didn't show up, and they're not going to come and taste this feast. Okay, so fill up all the spots so there's not even room for them to even come in here now. And so it goes back to what we were reading when he said, you're going to see all the prophets, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Jacob, and all the prophets in the rain, but you're going to be standing outside and seeing them, but you yourself won't be there. Why? Because you refused his invitation. You rebutted his invitation and gave it back. And you apparently the world was more important. The things of your life, going on in your life, was more important than going to the wedding feast. And he said, fine, I'll replace you with 10 other people, basically, you know. Oh, you have even more people there than was invited. I'll bring even more in, but it's not going to be you. Go ahead, Tad.
It just reminded me also that these that he's bringing in at the last here that seem to be the poorest and the most wretched people, those are the ones that got healed when he says those who have been healed much love much.
That's right. That's great spiritual insight, brother. Yeah, that's why I say, I'm sure you all have heard me say it, Yahusha likes to scrape the bottom of the barrel. And that's the exact reason why. Because he knows that they'll love him even more than the righteous people. The ones that's invited, but yet they don't love him enough to even show up at his wedding feast. You know, so he replaces them with the undesirable, the sinners, the low lives, the ones that are the greatest sinners. And all he does is forgive their sins and cleanse them up and brings them in. And they come because they're so grateful for what he did for them that they love him much. And they show up out of respect, not a love for him. The amazing thing here. So we get a better, more clearer, a larger picture of this, what's going on here over in Matthew 22. So let's look at that. Matthew 22, since we're on this subject. Matthew 22, verse 1 through 14. And Yahushua responded and spoke to them again by parables and said, the reign of the Shemayim is like a man, a sovereign, who made a wedding feast for his son and sent out his servants to call those who were invited to the wedding feast, but they would not come. So see, we see the same scenario here. And so the parable is speaking of a king, would be Yahuwah, the sovereign, who made a feast for his son, Yahusha, and sent out his servants, would be the prophets, to call those who were invited, the Hebrew, the Israelites, to the wedding feast, but they would not come. Again, he sent out other servants, saying, say to those who are invited, see, I have prepared my dinner. My oxen and fattened cattle are slaughtered, and all is ready. Come to the wedding feast. So here the Israelites were invited. But they discarded it and went their way. This one to his field, the one to his trade, and the rest, having seized his servants, insulted and killed them, which was the prophets. As they even killed the people that came with the invitation. Mind blowing. But when the sovereign heard, he was angry and sent out his soldiers, destroying those murderers, and set their city on fire. Maybe this is speaking of 70 AD. Then he said to his servants, the wedding feast indeed is ready, but those who were invited were not worthy. It's some crazy stuff, man. Therefore, go into the street corners, and as many as you find, invite them to the wedding feast. And those servants went out into the street corners and gathered all whom they found, both wicked and good. And the wedding hall was filled with the guests. So take note of that. It was totally filled, packed like sardine can, and they gathered, they found both the wicked and the good. Scraped the bottom of the barrel and got the worst sinners, man, and brought them to the wedding feast. Mind blowing. You see it? The wicked and the good. And the wedding hall was filled with guests, filled to the max, full capacity. And when the sovereign came into the view of the guests, he saw there a man who had not put on a wedding garment. He was in the mind of the flesh. And he said to him, friend, how did you come in here not having a wedding garment, not having the ruach? And he was speechless. He had nothing to say. He had no excuses. He was guilty. He was speechless. He was found to be in the flesh. He did not have a wedding garment, a white garment. He did not possess the Ruach HaKodesh. Then the sovereign said to the servants, bind him hand and foot and take him away and throw him out into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of the teeth, for many are called, but few are chosen. So there we go. We get a much clearer understanding of what we just read in Luke 14 here. Is there any comments, questions, or thoughts on this? Ike?
I mean, this is just my thought. Could it be that he's actually prophesied from the time that he was crucified on the tree to his coming? I mean, that's what it almost sounded like it's to me.
And this is speaking of the wedding feast.
Well, isn't the wedding feast held during the 1,000-year reign or at the 1,000-year reign? Or am I wrong? Before?
Well, there's different opinions on that. We can say that the wedding feast happens at the resurrection, first resurrection. So, some say or believe that the wedding feast happens in New Jerusalem after judgment. Okay. So to me, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, the bride is the first resurrection, the 144,000. So therefore, the wedding feast would take place after the first resurrection, in my humble opinion. But I understand people that say that it doesn't happen until it happens in New Jerusalem. I can see their points as well. They have some valid points on that. Okay. So I suppose study, yourself and come up with what you think. Don't believe it because I say it. Study on your own. Do your own research, and see what you think. Any other questions? Go ahead, Ted.
The small little sentence where it says, and he was speechless, just reminds me that, like you said before, Brother Mark, we're not going to have lawyers sitting there representing us, to be able to plead our case. We've already been judged from before the foundation of the world. So obviously he's not going to be able to, that's kind of pointing to that. We won't be able to try and
defend ourselves.
Yeah, defend ourselves. That's what I was looking for, because it's already been done.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what Ted's talking about. I agree with you 100%. And up here where it says they gathered all whom they found, both wicked and good. That's an amazing statement. And the wedding hall was filled with the guests. So if they gathered the wicked and the good, to me, means that the bride is the good, right? And so the bride always gets to put out her wedding invitations as well to her friends, to her loved ones, to her family, to those who's important to her. And so she gets to invite her people as well as the groom gets to invite who he wants, right? So the groom invites the 144,000, the bride, which is the good people. The bride gets to invite those whom she loves, which are the wicked people. And therefore, since the bride says, I want my family here, I want my friends, I want this person, I want that person to come to my wedding, then the groom grants her wedding, her friends list, her family list of people she wants at the wedding, and allows it because he loves her. And so to me, this is great news. If you're the bride, are you worried about your parents, your brothers and sisters, and your friends? Guess what? You may have a chance to invite them to the wedding feast. And your husband will allow it. This is mind-blowing. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, just a question. Doesn't that kind of refer to, like you were just saying, a believing spouse and a non-believing spouse? That non-believing spouse is covered, or the same thing with the children. If there's a believing parent, that those children are covered. Kind of the same scenario.
I think it falls in the same category. Yeah. But see, that doesn't apply to your brothers or sisters or to your parents or your friends. But so I think that oneness may go along with the good because they would be counted as not two, but one of the 144. So there's not two people there. There's still only one invitation there. But the wicked, I think, is a whole different ball game. I think that's the friends, the family, the brothers, the sisters, that the bride cherishes and wants to be at her wedding. And the groom grants it because he loves her. So he says, oh, if you want them there, fine. Invite them. And he brings them there. That's why you see in both wicked and good at the wedding feast, which has got it totally packed with invites, with participants in this wedding, like a sardine can. See what I'm saying? Go ahead, Ike.
All praise, honor, and esteem to Yahusha.
It says in there something about you and your tent shall be saved. So if your tent is all that you love and have prayed for, yeah, I agree.
How do we explain both wicked and good? You know. Bet you never thought the wicked would show up into the reign of Yahuwah, did you? Funny thing is, they've all been cleansed, you know, and brought in, but yet one man there was found without the Ruach. He didn't have a white wedding garment on. So he showed up in the flesh. And so the master of the wedding saw him and, what are you doing here? How'd you get in? Bind him up, hand and foot, and throw him in the outer darkness. Get him out of here. You don't belong here. That amazes me. Go ahead, Ted.
So just another question. So basically the wicked were ones that Yahusha worked on, cleaned up, and was able to give the Ruach HaKodesh, and they accepted. Is that, and so they were able to enter the reign of Yahuwah? Is that about right?
I think that more describes the good, the bride. I think these wicked, you know, I mean, Yahuwah can do that. Nothing's impossible to Yahuwah. I mean, he could clean them up in a flash, you know, in a blink of an eye. He could give them immortality. In other words, get rid of the flesh, give them the immortal body, you know, clean up the Ruach, apply the blood in a blink of an eye. Just clean them up and bring them into the reign. He's not going to bring them in as sinners, obviously, because the man that got caught without the wedding garment got bound up and thrown back out. So these wicked must have been cleansed up. But I think it happened within a blink of an eye at the request of the bride. See what I'm saying? It's totally amazing to me. Go ahead, Ike.
Yahusha loves his bride so much, he's honoring us by granting that. It's like, hey, I'm giving you all a great gift here. Is that, am I correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think
wow, that just truly just blew me away.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I think you're correct. And I like Sandra here. She's always on the ball. All or nothing, the Lolola. Yeah, this is what we experience when the bride on the tabernacles waves the lulav in all 6 directions, you know, east, south, north, west, east, and south, and up and down, and shakes it and waves it, and really shaking it in Yahuwah's face. And the lulav is representing the bride. It's the fruit, you know, the good fruit, right? And he puts it on the 4 branches representing the 4 types of humans, of Israelites. Okay? And he puts it together and they shake it in Yahuwah's face, saying, all or nothing. Take us all or nobody. And so these 4 branches representing the 4 different types of Israelites are those whom the bride loves, the wicked. take my friends, take my family with me, or nothing. And so Yahuwah loves his bride so deeply. What do you think he chose to do? He said, "Come, my beloved, and bring your list with you." Yahuwah chooses them all rather than to give up his beloved wife, his bride. It's how they get in. He loves his bride that much, and she loves him that much. Hallelujah. What an exciting thing that is. Very inspiring, very encouraging to know that we may be able to invite those who we love to the wedding feast. Any comments, thoughts, or questions on this? Go ahead, Tad.
That knowledge that you just gave us, excuse me, that's enough to bring a person to tears, to feel that love. It's very, very powerful. Thank you, Yahusha, for giving us that information through Brother Mark.
Woo! All right. The Ruach's here right now. Woo! I can hardly talk. Okay. Any further comments, questions, or thoughts? All right, Tad, let's move on.
Okay. And large multitudes were going with him, and turning, he said to them, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and mother, and Asha and children, and brothers and sisters, and his own life too, he is unable to be my pupil."
Okay, stop, man. All right, so what does that mean? If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father or his mother, that's a pretty harsh word, hate. The mother and Asha and children and brothers, sisters, and even his own life, he is unable to be my pupil. So hate in this is a very strong word here, but nevertheless, it's here, and we have to take it into consideration for what it is. We really should not soften the word or make it something we want it to be, but take it at face value here. What does this mean? Anybody? Phyllis?
Hate, according to my husband, means that he chooses anyone who prefers or chooses reverse of prefer their mother and father. So anyone who you have a choice, this one or this one, and if you don't choose Yahusha above your father and mother, you're not worthy.
Yeah. And we can look at it that perspective. Why would we hate them? If we just say that we chose somebody over Yahusha, okay, that would mean that we prefer them, or we love them more than Yahusha. Why should we hate them? In a sense that it's protecting us. It's kind of a protection against us loving anybody above Yahusha. See what I'm saying? So we look at them as we hate them because the love that we have for them could cause us to love them more than Yahusha. And so as a self-defense mechanism, we need to look at them with hate as far as picking them over Yahusha or Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? Is that, you think, something to do with what's going on here? Or could it be to be too concerned, more concerned about their own life? Because it does mention over here that you got it in his own life too, to hate your own life. So to choose, be more concerned about their life and your own life than being concerned about your eternal destination. Because it says in Matthew 10, those who find their life will lose it, and those who lose their life will find it. And this has to be speaking about the eternal destination. Go ahead, Raul.
In a way, the way that I'm seeing this, if you love one of your family members or yourself more than Yahuwah, you're idolizing them, and then you're breaking a commandment. Because he is the only one you should idolize.
Yeah. And so did the ones that were invited to the wedding feast and didn't show up, did they not place the love of their life above Yahusha?
Definitely.
So they didn't hate their life or this world. Okay. And so by putting this world or their life above Yahusha, they were saying that they love their life more than him. And so therefore then he would hate them. They would hate him.
They would kind of be breaking the first commandment.
Yeah. Isn't that why Scripture says that? Doesn't Scripture say that to us? To those who are friends with the world are enemies of Yahuwah. Those who love the world hate Yahuwah. Doesn't Scripture tell us that? Go ahead, Ted.
He kind of gives us an order of things when he gives us the first and second great commands. He says, love Yahuwah with all your heart, with all your mind, and all your being. That's the first and greatest. And the second is to love your neighbor as yourself. That's why it's the second. And to me, that kind of gives you an order of how that should work. You should love him, just like you were saying, not necessarily hate your parents, but look on them that way as a protective thing, so you don't love anybody above Yahuwah.
Right. Yeah, because loving them above Yahuwah or more than Yahuwah is sending you to the lake of fire. Mm-hmm. So as a defense mechanism, you need to look at them with hate, because you know that by loving them more and loving them too much more than Yahusha can cause you to be thrown into the lake of fire. So I think, well, first of all, let's look at a couple verses. Look at Matthew 10:39. Let's look at Matthew 10:39 real quick. So 10:39 says, he who has found his life shall lose it, and he that has lost his life for my sake shall find it. So I think this is speaking of putting everything on the back burner and bringing Yahuwah foremost into your life above everything else, including everything. And so now look at 1 John 2:15. So 1 John 2:15 says, do not love the world, nor that which is in the world. Are not your relatives in the world, and you as well? Yeah. So the things that are in the world, if anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. There's a big problem.
Right.
Because all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but of the world. So there's the problem right there. If you love the world, or anything in the world, the love of the Father is not in him. That means if you truly love Yahuwah, you don't love anything else. You only love him. You see what I'm saying? So there's where your hate and love divide is. Raul?
Wasn't that the test he gave Abraham with Isaac?
Good point.
Yeah. Heck yeah, that can be that, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody picking up what Raul's laying down?
Mm-hmm.
Look at James 4:4. James 4:4. Adulterers and adulteresses, do you not know that friendship with the world is hatred with Elohim? Whoever therefore intends to be a friend of the world makes himself an enemy of Elohim. There lies a huge problem too. So this is not just speaking of, you know, your father, your mother, your wife, your children, brothers and sisters, and your own life, but everything in this world. That's why when those people put their lively activities, they got married, one guy got married, the other one bought some new oxes, wanted to try them out, the other one was doing something else, and they got shut out because they were putting that above Yahuwah. And they didn't go to the wedding feast. So he said, all right, none of you that have been invited, none of you will taste my dinner at my wedding feast. None of you. Because you're putting things in the world above Yahuwah. It means you love the world more than you do Yahuwah. You see that? And so there's the big problem, the underlying issue. So this to me, it's not telling you to hate your parents or your wife or your children, brothers and sisters, and hate your life, but not to put it above Yahuwah in any type of way, any way at all. And so this is more of a hate. We hate this world and the way of this world and the fullness of this world, which is sin, wickedness, and evil, is what we hate. I hate backstabbing people. I hate betrayers. I hate murderers. I hate thieves. I hate people who are disrespectful to other people. You know, I hate the way this world is. I can't stand being here in this world. I hate it. I look forward to a world where there is no sin. There is no adultery. There is no backstabbing. There is no backbiting. There is no gossip. There is no murder. There is no stealing. There is no disrespect for parents. That's where I want to be. I hate this friggin' world, man. I can't stand it. I know a man one time that told me, he said, Mark, you know what the difference between me and you is? And I said, what? What is it? He said, I love the way this world is. He said, I love the way the world functions. And you hate it. He said he called me a pessimist or something. I can't remember what he called me. But He said, that's the difference between us. I love the world, man. I love everything about it and how it is, and you don't. And I thought about that, for a while, and I thought, he's right. I do hate this world. And so I think this is what this is telling us, man. You need to hate the world. You need to hate the sin. You need to hate the evil, the wickedness, the backstabbing, the betrayal, all that. Otherwise, and the death. Because otherwise, if you love the world, then you worship death. If you love Yahuwah, you worship life. Scripture says, those who hate me love death. Have you ever read that before? Yeah. Yeah. Proverbs 8:36. Go to Proverbs 8:36. So Proverbs 8:36 says, but he who sins against me injures himself. All who hate me love death. So if you love this world or anything in this world, folks, that means you love death. You worship death. Death is G-O-D. If you never noticed that the pagans love death, they wear skulls around their neck, skeletons, they put crosses on gravestones. They're always talking about gravestones. I mean, they even have holidays surrounding death, like Halloween. And they seem to worship death, the skulls and bones. It's quite amazing.
Here we go again.
Anybody got any questions, comments, or thoughts on this? Anybody still not quite understanding what this is meaning by hating your parents and your wife and your children and your brothers and sisters and yourself? Even though it's a very strong word, hate, I think he used that not to teach us to hate everybody but him, but I think he used such a strong word here so that we could understand the seriousness of liking the world and functioning in this world, things more important with our life than he, putting it above him. I think he wanted you to see the seriousness of this, and so he used that strong word, hate. Don't you hate the world and everything in it, including all the people, and love me. Very strong emphasis in order to get us to see the seriousness of this lesson. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down? All right. Ted, let's continue on then.
And whoever does not bear his staff and come after me is unable to be my pupil. For who of you, wishing to build a tower, does not sit down first and count the cost, whether he has sufficient to complete it? Otherwise, when he has laid the foundation and is unable to finish it, all who see it begin to mock him, saying, this man began to build and was unable to finish. Or what sovereign, going to fight against another sovereign, does not sit down first and take counsel whether he is able with 10,000 to meet him who comes against him with 20,000? And if not, while the other is still far away, he sends a delegation and asks conditions of peace. So then, every one of you who does not give up all that he has is unable to be my pupil. The salt is good, but if the salt becomes tasteless, with what shall it be seasoned? It is not fit for land, nor for manure. They throw it out. He who has ears to hear, let him hear.
All right. Thank you, Ted. Okay. So, yeah, he's given a lot of different examples here of what he's saying up here, back up in verse 26, where he says, he is unable to be my pupil. And then down here, he kind of repeats that and says, he is unable to be my pupil. Every one of you who does not give up all that he has and put Yahuwah first in your life, make him the number one priority in your life, is unable to be my pupil. So all through these different examples, he is emphasizing the need to make Yahuwah number one priority in your life, and put nothing ahead of him. Okay, and he's like really hammering it, the point here, and want you to understand that. Does everybody? Is there any questions on that? On these examples? Comments or thoughts? Okay, so then down here in verse 35, it says, it is not fit for land or for manure. They throw it out, and he has ears to hear, let him hear. So the salt is good, but if the salt becomes tasteless, with what shall it be seasoned? Okay, so what's that mean? What's he talking about here? And he wraps up this lesson saying that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
We're the salt of the earth. And if we don't stand up for what is right, if we don't teach others how to keep the commandments, if we don't show the example, if we're just like everybody else, then we're of no value.
Right. So if you lose your zeal, if you lose your motivation, and you lose your endurance, you become useless to the reign of Yahuwah. And so you must not lose your zeal for the reign of Yahuwah. So the salt's good, but if the salt becomes tasteless, if you lose your zeal and you're not working on the harvest, you're not teaching about Yahuwah, teaching people to be obedient, things like this, and so you start slacking off, more and more and more. You start losing your zeal for it. You're not fired up anymore. You become dull and tasteless. Then you get thrown out. You're worthless. You become worthless. You get thrown out. And so you have to endure. You have to maintain your zeal, your taste for Yahuwah in the reign of Yahuwah, and to continue to work the harvest. Or otherwise, it is not fit for land, nor for even manure, and it's thrown out. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Okay, so not only do we have to love Yahuwah above everything else and keep him on top of the list in our priorities, number one priority in our life, but we have to continue to have zeal like we did in the beginning. We can't lose that. Okay, we can't become dull and tasteless. Is everybody seeing that? Is there any comments, thoughts, or questions on this? Tad, go ahead.
I just think that if we start to lose the zeal, if we see that in ourselves, or we feel it in ourselves, to me, the best thing to do is prayer, and ask Yahuwah, since he's the one that is in control of everything, ask him to help you with that. Because if we don't ask, he can't give. So that prayer becomes very important. That's all.
All right. Anybody else got any recommendations on how we can maintain our zeal for the reign of Yahuwah and not lose our flavor, become tasteless and worthless? Sounds like to me it's a very important thing. Does anybody got any recommendations or that they can help people with? Go ahead, Raul. Go ahead, Raul.
Come here with you every Shabbat. Deal.
What did you say, Raul? You broke up.
I said, if we come here every Shabbat, we won't lose our seal.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of truth in that. I mean, spending time with others, with the Natsarim, even during the week, you call each other, email each other, support each other, pray for each other, is important. That helps us maintain our zeal because we can encourage each other, right? So we get encouragement from each other, and iron sharpens iron, and we can help each other endure, especially if you see somebody slacking. I mean, we've had so many people come in and out of here. I worry about some that we haven't seen in a while. What happened to so and so, and but certain things are out of our control. But by congregating and assembling, like we're told to do in obedience to Torah, it definitely keep the zeal going for sure. Go ahead, Tad.
I think another one is simply just remembering to be in the scriptures, be in the word, read the word. That's what it was given us for. Is a very grounding, and connecting. It helps you connect to Yahuwah and keep that, like you said, keep that zeal. Because it'll take you start to read scripture and it takes your mind away from the world and puts you back into reality.
Yeah, that's so true. Reading scriptures is so important. Matter of fact, when I'm reading scriptures, man, my mind's not nowhere else, except on Yahuwah. And what a powerful thing. It's keeping scriptures and read scriptures throughout the week. Keeps you from becoming idle. And you know what scripture says about being idle. Evil creeps in, to take to replace the void or the vacuum in your life. The wickedness can creep in there and fill that vacuum, and you get yourself in a lot of trouble. So yeah, spend as much time as possible in scriptures of truth is a very powerful way of keeping your zeal. Go ahead, Ike. Or Sharon.
I was just going to say that what Yah has taught us today, that we go out and minister to other people, even if it's just opening a door for somebody and smiling, because that can set off a conversation to the door that they need to go through. Anyway, that's just a comment. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'll go and say something. What really helps me is to think about the creator of all, the creator of everything has chosen you.
Yes.
To have that in my mind throughout the week just inspires me and humbles me deeply.
As I was telling him earlier, that we, even when you need to know that he's there, you can get the teetsies on if you want and know that he's there, just like that woman did. But he is always just like right here. We're here. He's sitting here listening to us, praising his name. And if we can just remember that he is right here. I'm sorry, such a joy.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
After that, I don't have much to say, Sharon. That was great. No, I say the commandments to to myself, because if you can't get your hands on scripture, or you're driving and you can't read, you can say the commandments to yourself, and that can bring you peace, and it brings order to your thoughts, and it calms you down, and reminds you of what we're really here for.
Yeah, we're the salt of the earth. That's why we're spread out all over the place, and we're not clumped together. So we have to add the flavor. We have to the scriptures and to following Yahuwah. We represent him. We give testimony why we have the hope, our hope in Yahuwah, why we love Yahuwah in scriptures. And we give the flavor to the testimony, and people eat the word, and we get the flavor to it, and then they receive it and they want more because they like the taste. But if we don't have taste, we come tasteless, then we can't add the flavor that is required of us to add the flavor to the word in order to keep people coming back for more. And so we become useless and we get thrown out. Anybody else got any helpful hints or recommendations for people that may be having trouble keeping their zeal for the reign of Yahuwah? Anything anybody can think of to help somebody? So we're all out of recommendations, huh? Okay. Any questions, thoughts, comments on today's study? Anything at all in Luke 13 or Luke 14 that jumped out at you and you didn't get to ask or comment on? This was
one of the things that grabbed me was on 14 at the beginning, when Yahusha grabbed that person with I guess it was leprosy, I can't remember what it was, when he grabbed him and he healed him and then he let him go. I just like how beautiful that is. He just showed them that that's all we can do too, is grab them. And how do we grab them? In prayer. I just thought that was kind of cool. I mean, sorry.
I think Sister Sharon's talking about in verse 2, the man that had dropsy. He took a hold of him and healed him and let him go, it says.
He had edema, is what I looked it up.
Yeah. What do y'all think that means? He took hold of him and healed him and let him go on the Shabbat. That's kind of odd, isn't it? I don't think we read that anywhere else. When he heals somebody, I don't know if that's anywhere else that he actually grabs a hold of him. So they were silent. So taking hold of him, he healed him and let him go.
Well, many times when you take a hold of somebody, like in the act of hugging, or you're giving them reassurance that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It does seem to be applying. He kind of gave him a hug or something, huh? You know, or he could have grabbed his arm or his wrist or something and held his arm, you know, grabbed him around his arm and held him or something. Or it could be applying that he kind of hugged him. Taking hold of him, he healed him and let him go. Then he took his hands off of him. Then it makes me think he hugged him. You know, is what's coming to my mind. Go ahead, Tad.
I just get this vision where it says, so taking hold of him, when you give the Ruach HaKodesh, it's almost like he's possessed you. He's in you. He's taken hold of you. I think to me, he gave him the Ruach and healed him. That's how I see it.
Like he took full control of him. He took hold of him, full control of his life and body. That could be too. Yeah, very interesting verse for sure. What did you say you thought it was, Sharon?
I looked it up. It's edema. Nowadays, it's called edema, which is retention. Edema. Hold on. Edema, which is retention of water.
Oh yeah.
For today's understanding.
Yeah, dropsy is swell up with water, but you even though you look like a water balloon, right? You're still thirsty. You still want to drink water.
Yeah.
I mean, must be maddening.
Yeah. What was interesting is that he went from that and went right into showing them that that the ox and the whatever the other one was, donkey, the same thing. You're bracing that who you are to go help those animals. You do it for people. Why don't you do it for animals on a Sabbath if there's a need?
Yeah. Anybody got any thoughts or questions on that? Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out about that ox and that donkey. Before you had said basically you're going to go rescue your property. Yes, sure, you own the ox and the donkey, but they're animals. And generally, a lot of time, people love their animals. And so you're still showing love by going to rescue them. Just because they're not human doesn't mean you can't love them. So I see the love there also, that love test, passing that love test. You went and helped this helpless animal that fell into a pit because you loved him.
On Shabbat. And so therefore, he loved this man or this woman, and he healed them on Shabbat out of love. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Very good point. So yeah, it could be done out of love, or it could be done out of greed as well. So if it was, so if say it was somebody else's, maybe they'd walk by, but since it was theirs, they didn't want to incur that loss, and so they rescue it, even though it's Shabbat. And to them, if somebody else did it, rescued their animal, they'd be violating Shabbat, right? And so there'd be a hypocrisy involved there as well in their minds, Don't you do it, but if it's my animal, boy, I'm going to do it. I'm not incurring that loss, right? Yeah. But he points out that immediately you'd pull him out if it was yours. And so he's saying that this man is his. And so he pulled him out of his pit, his suffering, and out of love on the Shabbat type of comparison, But yeah, you're right. It's a very good insight there, Ted. Okay, Anybody else? Any questions, thoughts, comments on anything about today? I think we've all learned a lot today. Was a very powerful study, and the Ruach showed up in full force there for a while, for sure. We'll say 15 for next week. It goes into the prodigal son parable and a bunch of other parables. So it's a good subject, and we'll save for next week. And if there's no more questions, comments, or thoughts, then I'm going to conclude today's study, scriptural study, over. And I appreciate everybody being here. And I loved studying with all of you today. It was very exciting. Thank all of you for your participation. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, since the study's over, I'm going to go ahead and go check on Mom and get myself something to eat. But just like you said, I thank everybody. Without everybody here, we don't learn as much. We don't get the different perspectives. And, keep that salt, like you said. It doesn't, it's a help. Iron sharpens iron. And here we are doing that right here. So thank you, everybody. Love you all. And I'll see you next week.
Okay, y'all. You can talk about anything you want to, or whatever you want to bring up, talk about.
Sister Peggy, it's been so good to see you. I'm glad you could make it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a quiet person, so I don't say much. And I asked you who should watch my tongue. I'm so happy you're doing well, Phyllis.
Thank you.
I pray for you all the time. Yahuwah knows what he's doing.
Yes, I agree, and he keeps me up. I'm amazed that I'm doing this well. I really am. It's only Yahusha doing it.
Yes, he's the boss. Thank you all. I appreciate being here.
Mm-hmm. We enjoyed having your added spirit with us.
I'm going to try to do it more.
Okay.
I finally got my Wi-Fi, so.
Oh, good.
You hang in there, Phyllis.
Thank you. I'm trying.
I know you are.
Phyllis, let your light so shine, because he's blessing you in the midst where all of us who love you are in the deepest part of us. And he knows how much we love you.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. I have a lot of love for all of you, each and every one of you. I just look forward to seeing your faces.
I went to physical therapy this past, I don't know what day it was. And when I'm in there, I don't tell people I'm praying for them, but I'm praying for everybody. And I come in there, and there was nobody in there except, I said, where is everybody? The people for physical therapy, right? And they said, well, there's nobody here. And I went, okay, thank you for answering prayer, yeah. And then this young girl who's going to college said that her friend was going to his door and he just dropped in. And I told her, I said, her name is Zoe. I said, Let your life be a light to those who are hurting. I know you're hurting, but let yours, because I know you believe. And she said, thank you, Sharon. Because I just overheard her telling somebody. I just pick up things from a distance. And yeah, she's a beautiful, beautiful love of our Father. But anyway, I talk all the time about Yah. And seeing blessings of Abba will say one day, didn't you remember you prayed that, Sharon? Sometimes I forget. And I go, oh, yeah. Oh, looky here, your dog. What's your dog's name, Kate?
This is Raven.
Hi, Raven.
She's pestering me because she's been a good girl all throughout the whole meeting, and now she thinks she needs to go OUT to the SHOP because we get CHEERIO. They get treats when they go there.
Ah,
So
beautiful.
I'm going to have to go so I can take them out to play and take them down to the other building.
Nice seeing you, Kate. Love you.
Love you guys. Love you. Take care, Phyllis. You're in my prayers.
Thank you.
All right, Raven. Bye.
Phil, you were suggesting that I was going to tell somebody something that they needed to hear, and I was talking. I have a counselor, a psychiatrist, therapist, whatever that they let me use, and and I was telling her about. She was wanting to know about my faith, how that affects with my, and I just of course I mentioned some things, and I kept bringing up Yahuwah's name and Yahweh, Yahuwah and Yahusha. And then she says, I find that very interesting. And so I said, would you like some more information about it? And she says, I would. And and then you said that, Phil, and I thought, okay, that wasn't a fluke.
That's awesome. That's great. Yep, that could be the one. Awesome.
You get ready to go, Levi?
Yeah, I'm going to go open up scriptures and read in a few spots. Been on my heart for a day or so.
You've been really quiet today.
There's a couple of things I was going to chime in on, but quite a few of my brothers and sisters here covered it pretty exact and took the words out of my mouth. And
Well, it's a good thing you were here to give them the words.
Well, it wasn't me by any means. Definitely the Ruach HaKodesh is in all of us, and it's just awesome to see the fellowship and keeping Shabbat holy. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's great when we come together. I think that's a verse in scripture says it's good for brothers to come together on the mountain. Or boy, I'm going to have to find that now.
No, it definitely is. It's definitely a beautiful thing to have this day of rest and fellowship and do what we do.
What a wonderful gift Yahusha's given us.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'll see you guys next Shabbat. You have a blessed week, all of you. Love you all.
Shalom.
Phil, may I ask, what are you doing?
I was just about to say that.
It's driving.
He's really into it.
I shouldn't be doing that, but I'm going to have, see all these?
Yeah.
They're all tabs.
You got the
They're all tabs. Yep, I'm putting tabs in while I'm listening. I probably should have shut the camera off, but now I am not going to have the page number that Mark so graciously gives me. Well, when you have to do it quick, I'm still working through this, BYND. So you know what I mean? So anyway, that's what I'm doing. I probably shouldn't be doing it, but while I'm in front of the camera, I didn't think you'd see most of it, but you must be. I got to concentrate because I don't want to put the wrong one in there. You know what I mean?
Where'd you get them at? Where'd you get your tabs at?
I got them off of Amazon.
Oh.
So, but they're pretty nice. They're pretty heavy duty, but they do come. I did mess up one because I was listening intently. So it did peel off. I prayed about it. I said, don't let this tear this page. So anyway. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing.
I had to relearn placements of the books.
Right. Yeah. That's
like I'm just somebody who memorizes things because to me it's much easier to memorize stuff. I don't know why, but like when how many chapters are in Genesis? 50.
Mm-hmm.
See, I memorize things because it's easier for me. But now I have to go find the books are in different places, so now I have to memorize.
Yeah, and mine's 2 pages off Mark's. So if Mark says it's on 292, mine's on 290.
Mine too. Mine's the same way, Phil.
Why?
So I must have the same version as you, Phyllis. Maybe, I don't know. I got it from you, so I don't know. I can blame Phyllis for this. That's perfect. No. So anyway.
So where do you find that our versions are at? I mean, how do you know which ones?
What?
Oh, this is copyright 2014 to 2018. Is that how you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll see where mine is. I don't know.
It's on the second page.
Yeah, mine's 214.
Copy. 2014, 2018.
Mine's 2014.
Yeah,
what that says, Sharon, is the first printing was 2014, and the subsequent printing, which is the one you have, is 2018.
Okay, so you and Phil have the same one, but I don't. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
How many versions are there?
That's a good question. Phyllis, how many versions are there?
Oh, versions. I thought he said verses, and I didn't know what. Well, we've got the. This one is probably the remaining older version. The one that I have is the deluxe. And we just now have in the paperback, which is the latest of everything. So I guess that would be the 2023 or 2023 version. The paperback, the one that we have now, all of them is the latest edition with all the updates.
Can you hold yours up again, Phyllis? So you have a leather or some kind of.
This is it's a polyurethane. It's like leather. Lou will use dead animal flesh.
Skin, so that's why they.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean. I knew it was something else.
I
couldn't think of another name for it. Does this one's real thick. Is that one thick like this is the paperback? Is that one a little bit thinner or is it the same?
You have a paperback?
Yes. Is it this smaller than smaller?
Let me compare them. I've never tried to compare them before. Hold on, I'll be right back.
That one's a little bit bigger. That's why it's different pages. No, well, I don't know. It's just because copyright. Oh well. Didn't mean to make her get up.
I've got the big print version also. So I don't know what the page numbers are in that one, but I got that one too. So it's a hardback. So
That's
they
a
just
hardback.
yeah, so it's the latest version, I'm sure, in big print. I have an old big print version too. So
Well, I have it. I think that one's large print over there. It's big.
yeah,
It has to be big.
The hardback.
The hardback, large print. Yeah.
Yeah, the hardback large print would have the latest. So let's see. We let me put these together. I had a hard time finding one. Yes, it's about a maybe an eighth of an inch. I don't really. The paper is thicker, but then the difference in the binding.
That's what I want to know. The binding. Okay.
So Dave got me one of those USB drives, Phyllis.
Mm-hmm.
Was he on here today, Dave?
It's Liz talking. I don't know if Dave's on here.
Okay, because I just wanted to say, if he was on here, I was going to say thank you to him because he sent me one, and very cool, very nice to have, especially for printing. Printing stuff for others, right? I can use that USB to print for others.
Yes, and also,
cool.
well, just to read it for yourself, then there's those videos on there.
Now the only thing you can see on the TV is the videos, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So you have to put it in a computer or something to see the documents.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go through it all yet to see, but I thought he was here. He was here. I would say thanks because that was really nice of him. He didn't have to do that. And
He probably
You're his brother, Josh. You're his brother.
Well, yeah. Well,
that's such great love. That's so cool.
Well, if I see him next time, hopefully I'll say thank you to him. But that was a very nice gesture of him. And
yeah, exactly.
He calls quite often. I could pass it on in case you don't get to talk to him.
Yeah, but maybe he had to work today or something because he said he was trying to work less on Saturdays or
he was on
something of that nature. So maybe he'll be on next week. But
he was on. He was on. Phyllis, did I go ahead and ask? Why don't I have to ask?
Have you heard anything else about that gentleman?
The dog spirit.
Yeah, his dog died. I can't remember his name.
Spirit.
Herman.
I think it's David Herman. No.
Hi.
Is it David Herman?
Maybe, I'm not sure, but no, I haven't heard anything else from him. He writes to Lou about once a month. We'll probably be getting a letter soon.
Okay.
Were you able to get in touch with him?
I think Sharon called him and he hasn't returned the call.
He what?
Sharon called him once, but he never returned the call.
Oh.
I was thinking about calling him because some men might have a problem with a woman calling them. I don't know.
Who knows?
And that day was the day y'all had told us about it. So I just felt bad because somebody stole my dog. So I know how it is to lose a dog. He was an Australian Shepherd and very well trained, and 2 years ago.
Not well trained. He should have been trained enough to bite the dummy that tried to take him.
Well, he was very, very friendly. That's him right there. See,
very handsome. Yeah.
Hold it, Phil. Did you see him?
Yeah, I saw.
That's an Australian Shepherd.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Yeah. That's me in my work suit.
A painter.
Beautiful. Phyllis,
Yeah.
how's Danny doing?
He is going to have he's going to see about having surgery. He's going to see the doctor this week, and hopefully they can, because I don't think I think the cancer is still there. I don't think it's getting better right now. I think they're going to have to surgically remove it.
And I didn't know that he had cancer. I thought he had a problem with his shoulder.
Oh, that Danny. Oh, I am so sorry. No, I have not.
No problem.
I mean, I have Liz on the phone talking.
I'm sure a lot of people call you.
Liz talking to Dan now, and when you said Danny, I'm like, well, I guess he's talking about Dan. I forgot.
Yeah, because today's the first Saturday of the month, so he's with Leshenko.
But I tell you what. Thanks for asking me. I'm going to text Frank and see if he's heard anything.
And we haven't seen Frank anymore.
He has his own group that he meets face to face.
That's good. He's still sending you a picture of the animals?
Yeah, yes. Uh-huh. He sent me some cows just the other day. But he and Toria, they meet with this group of people in kind of a barn-like area. And
so Toria meets up with him also?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I know that they're near William and Shelley.
Really?
I think so. They're all more or less around the Houston area.
I'm trying to remember where Frank lives. I can't think of the city. It's in Texas, but I don't know what part of Texas.
Well, anyway, you say hi to him from us when you see him. Tell him we miss him.
I'll tell him right now. Okay.
It's kind of like when somebody says, "Pray, will you pray for me?" No, well, let's do it right now. And they just like go into shock. Yeah, and I get to in Yahusha's name, huh?
Yeah, Frank would send pictures of his animals. He's a UPS driver, and he's in a rural area. He stops and feeds the animals.
Oh, the cows and all. That's cool.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of donkeys and horses and cows that he stops and he feeds them carrots and stuff, and he sends Phyllis little videos.
So they know him then, and they come
yeah.
to him. Huh? Oh,
Yeah,
that's neat.
yeah.
He sent me a video of the cows running to the field.
That's funny. Because animals, people don't realize animals, like we had goats and they knew if a stranger was around. They did not, they're real friendly to us and all, but when a stranger would come, they'd run off. They're scared of them. We don't have them now. We used to have like 13 of them.
Humans can learn a lot from animals, or we should learn more from animals.
I grew up on a farm, so we had lots of animals. And you want to hear something funny? When I would go in there and sing, like we had like a bunch of chickens. I mean, lots of them. And I go in the chicken house and I'd sing. And when I'd hit a high, they'd be cluck, 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 cluck. It's a lot of noise. So I'd be collecting the eggs and I'd be singing. And all of a sudden I'd hit a high note and the chickens would stop clucking until I came off the note. It was so funny. So if I hit the high note, they would stop clucking and wait for me to come off that note and then start clucking again. I had so much fun.
Were you paralyzing them with your voice?
It was just, I don't know. Maybe it was pretty bad. I don't know. But I was in choir or something like that, and I would sing for sopranos. So when I hit those high notes, they would, I guess it did paralyze them. I don't know. I didn't think about that. Oh, well. So, yeah, they teach you a lot. We had a dog that we had for 22 years, and he was an Australian Shepherd. And whenever he would get hurt and he would chase these cars, that dog must have been hurt 9 times, 10 times, I don't know. And he'd go into the woods and he'd just heal himself on his own, but you couldn't go near him. You put the water and the food at the edge of the woods there, and then he would come out and, yeah, and he'd be healed. 22-year-old dog.
That's an old dog.
He was really old. His name was Laddie. Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody have a great week. Thank you for everything, all the wisdom and all the Yahusha inspired thoughts. And I will pray for all of you.
Thanks, Phil.
Goodbye, Phil.
See you later.
Have a great week. Love you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think I'm going to be getting ready to go too, so I can take care of the dogs with Yami.
Raul, if Yami would like to give me a call.
Can you take us out with the priestly blessing, Raul, before you go?
I sure will. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah makes his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Love you guys. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
Love, Phyllis.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Well, how are you?
Hey, Phyllis. Yeah, I just want to kind of parrot people in the chat room and say that you're an inspiration to us all.
Oh.
And we all love you, Phyllis, and we're all backing you and praying for you. And we're just so glad to be able to be with you every week. It's truly a blessing. And keep fighting the fight, sister.
I'm blessed by being able to be here. So thank you, dear. How many viewers did we end up having?
Oh, I'm not sure. I've seen this. You mean last night or
today? How many people did we have?
I saw us up into the 40s. I'm not sure how far it went up, but
okay.
We were going pretty strong there for a while, and it just kept saying that more people were trying to get on, through the whole through our whole study, really. So yeah, we had a packed house.
That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Leo's saying he saw it at 46 at one time.
Mm.
I saw it up in the 40s somewhere. So yeah, we're doing good today. We had a lot of people trying to come on. I wish we had more spaces. We probably could have had 20, 30 on today, I'm sure. Because we're real unusual. The flag kept coming up telling me that we were full and people were trying to come on, but we're full.
Did you know most of them?
It doesn't tell me who they are.
Oh.
It just says they're trying to come on.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish StreamYard would do something about that, Only 10 people. It seems to be kind of not enough, for an open stream, a broadcast like that. So when you go into, like if you would do a private gathering, like we used to, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of that
Zoom.
thing?
Zoom.
Yeah, yeah. You can get a lot of people on. I mean, we had 35, 40 people in the chat room, remember, on them Zooms?
Mm-hmm.
30 something for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think we could do that here, but it's unfortunately StreamYard only allows 10. But it's still fun, you know, and in a way it helps, you know, because we can, you know, it's more concentration on the subject, not as many opinions, and I guess so it works out in some ways.
Yeah, it's more personal.
Yeah. And so I always look forward to everybody coming on. I love it when we have a full house like we did today.
Oh, it's been a long time.
It's been a while since we've had a full house.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Well, Lou's up there talking to Dan. They're having a video. I guess they're going to be doing a video. So that's, if you missed him making comments, that's why.
Yeah, I saw him making comments and then disappear, so I figured he was up to something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he seemed to enjoyed last night's study.
Oh yeah, so yeah, he was making comments all night last night.
No.
Okay, well, you have a blessed rest of your Shabbat, Mark.
You too, Phyllis.
It was
Lots of
good.
love to you and to Lou and your family.
It's good seeing you.
Good
Shalom.
see you next week. Shalom.
Okay, shalom.